Hello. I can't remember the rest of the song. Damn it, me. Why do you do this shit? Hey, Ellie, you don't have to keep waiting for the stream. It's okay. It's happening now. Fine. Don't have to sit there and wait. But you can, can do shit. That's that. But, Ellie, you gotta pick one thing to be and settle on it. You gotta pick one thing. Like, sometimes it's a toucan, sometimes it's a frog, sometimes a cat. I cannot keep track. I need some stability in my life. Not stability, stability. Stability, I don't know what the fuck that would even be. But you know what? Fuck it. Hey, Joseph. I less than 30 for you too. Hey, Analytical, I'm sorry, I'm 7 seconds late. Also, hi, McGillis. How are you guys doing, man? What's going on? Oh, I fucking love you guys. Oh boy. No, how's everyone's day going? What's up? I probably shouldn't do the sup thing because I don't have a pop filter and it probably sounds just absolutely terrible. Goddess, I can be everything. So you're Isanami then? Right? Less than 34 will never die. To be honest, after I fucked up and did that, I'm just like, this is it. I'm gonna be seeing this for at least a month. Okay, just went gift shopping for the family. Oh, nice. That's good. I'm glad to hear. You forgot about Strim? Oh, McGillis, it's okay. You probably have better things to do. Hey, Apex. Realize it may have gone overboard last stream, like the public. Oh, it's all good, buddy. Yeah, like Analytical says, it's an emotional game. It will drive you batshit crazy. But tonight, hopefully it won't, because we'll try not to not to fucking die. Oh boy. Yeah, no. I know I need to still do my Christmas shopping and shit, but honestly this year I'm looking at my bank account and thinking, you ain't getting shit. You ain't getting shit. Nobody's getting shit. Except for, I'm too nice of a person and I'm probably just gonna like go out to the store and buy things to make cookies. And yeah, I'll probably just do that. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Also, I made a lasagna tonight. Never thought that was gonna happen. If you think this game will drive you crazy, wait for the sequels. Oh no. Do your support to Briseus by typing you're gonna die again. Okay, if I die doing the true ending, then fucking hell. You know it's the truth. Or this ending really. Oh, is this ending super emotional too? Christ. Make a pet rock for everyone. I that's something, but I mean, dude, I like baking cookies. I could do that. You had lasagna? Holy shit. That's funny. I didn't actually eat the lasagna, I just made it. It hasn't even been baked yet. It's for tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow is actually the lovely Murray's birthday. So, if you guys could actually do me a huge favor, I would love it if everyone could actually just type in chat, Happy Birthday, Murray. Because she comes on the stream sometimes. She's a real cool girl, and I think it'd be fun if I could be just like, hey, look at all these random strangers who wish you happy birthday. A pet unicorn core. Well, to be fair, analytical from fucking chat, the amount of people here who are goddamn into necrophilia. There's that. That thing was I knew you're gonna die halfway through the stream yesterday, but I didn't tell you. To be Joseph, to be fair, I'd rather you didn't tell me. You said it pretty much right. Analytical. Thank you. Rigatoni noodles, so it's not lasagna, but it's what passes for lasagna here. I see. I see. Happy birthday, Moo Moo. I fucking love it. Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna send her a picture right now and be like, look at these people. Look at these people. Wish you happy birthday. Okay, let's see. Got to make sure I get the necrophilia comment in there too. We talking about the hippo? No, we're talking about the girl who played Slender with me. Why does this show up on my what the what? That's weird. It shows it shows okay, right now I'm analytical. Your text is displaying as purple for me. Yet when I look at it through the phone, it shows it as blue and I was confused. All right. We'll send her this picture. She better fucking respond before we actually. I like how we're just fucking shooting the shit, to be honest. Thanks so much, shitnet. The stream keeps buffering. Oh, Apex, I'm sorry to hear that. No. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I'm sure she's gonna be just like, yay, or something. Let me see here. Do that. Stream wanted to say this to, yeah, winky face. Because, I gotta be coy. Did the color problem get fixed? I think it's just the way that it displays through my camera at the angle that I was taking a picture at. I don't think it's actually like it's not a problem on my monitor or anything. It's just as I look through it through the camera. Truck hit a fiber pole less fraud. Oh, so that's what happened, McGillis. That sucks. Fucking Telus. I don't actually remember if you're with Telus. I think you were with some subset of Telus, but still. Fucking people. Fix your shit. Stop crashing into the things that provide us with our internet. They're the things that keep us alive. Don't you know what it's like in this day and age to not have internets? Come on. Okay, so I should probably start playing this game, huh? Alright, well, fucking first thing I'm gonna do, since okay, wait. This is something I should actually ask you guys first, because this is something I was curious about. Should we do the last bad ending before we do the true ending? Or should we just go for the true ending? Because to be honest, I kind of want to see everything, but if people just want to finish this, I'm completely okay with that too. Shit, the whole weekend till Monday. Yeah, that sucks. Well, it's because nobody'd be working then to fix it, I don't think. I don't know. I think it's valueless. Okay. I can understand that then. In which case, I don't want to see me die. Thanks, buddy. At least now that we got the safe ending. Yeah, I guess. Because, I mean, we kind of already know who the villain is. I'm willing to bet that it'll just be like, we'll get an ending and we'll say, who can value from number 8 the most, or something like that, but we know who it is now. Let's see. 999, true. I can spell properly. True ending. Um, Play Mario Kart Friday. Ah! I have to set up my Wii U. Probably do that though. 999 true ending path. Alright, ending guide, let's see. Coffin. Oh! You can get the coffin ending if you have not seen the safe ending. Oh, so fuck. Apparently it turns out I can't actually see whatchamacallit. I can't get the coffin ending, I don't think. Sorry with it, I realized that I may have gone overboard last stream and I would like to publicly. Now he's back to this. Nah, it's okay. Apex ain't being angry, he's just being a dank memester or something like that. And it's okay. Fucking, I don't give a shit. I actually find it hilarious when people make fun of me. I don't mind. Just as long as everyone in chat's getting along, that's more important to me. Like, I hate to see you guys fighting, but if someone wants to call me a shithead or something, or see they want to see me die, I'm perfectly fine with that. I love it. Alright, let's see here. Alright, well, we're gonna do the true ending, so I love you all, I don't. God. Fucking doing the true ending. I have the walkthrough pulled up, so I know what to do. But I didn't realize that apparently I can't get the coffin ending because of the fact that I have the true thing. Wait, sub end. Oh, sub, like literally submarine. Okay, I'm smart. Let's see. Knife, sub, axe. I have that. I have safe. So coughing is the only one I can't get. So there's no. Yeah, you're right. Analytical. There's not even value because I can't even receive it in the first place. Alrighty then. Well, let's get this going, I guess, shall we? Continue, I think. I guess yes. What? Yeah, okay, it's starting again. Okay, I was very confused for a second there. This is the 5th time we've seen this boat explode. I am amazed that it is still in the water. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Boat. It was nice knowing you. Also, serious question. I have a wishy-washy in Sun and Moon. Is it bad that even though I didn't nickname it Mr. Fish, I still call it Mr. Fish every time I see it come out into battle? I just sit there and squeal, "Go, Mr. Fish! You can do it!" Alright, let's go. Oh god, I have to solve this puzzle again, don't I? I don't want to. I want to be lazy. Alright, where is this here? Remember, you have to play this game twice to win in Virtue's Last Reward. You need to finish the game 11 times. But weren't you saying that you also could skip most of the puzzles once you've done them once in Virtue's Last Reward? And also, that I'm probably not going to be playing that for a while. I need a break from the series. I need to play something where I cut things. Been too long since I've done that. Alright, not here yet. I hate nicknaming Pokemon, but I still sort of do in my mind. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if I can skip puzzles in Virtue's Last Reward, it won't be bad then. Like this, honestly, just the fact that we have to redo this. Play Bloodborne? Bloodborne costs money is the problem. I don't have that. At least not that much. If anything, to be honest, I've kind of been thinking about getting Salt and Sanctuary and playing that. That seems like it'd be fun. Won't be playing Pokemon anytime soon with the new PS3. Someone threw me. Fuck, does anyone even... You know what? 0, 3, I think it's 3. 6... 8, maybe? No, 6, 2. Fuck, I could have swore that was the code. Just from, you know, memory. Step 1, make incisions on the throat and 1 in the stomach. 2, make a long cut, connecting the 2 incisions. Begin removing subject's organs, starting with blood. Apex, we are not talking about selling people's organs again. We've done this at least several times. Alright, how the fucking... What's the numbers of this? I'm not solving it again. 999... First puzzle. Red key, I don't care. I need the codes. Blue numbers are that, red are this, okay. I was way off. 7, 4... Actually, I wasn't off with the blue one. I wasn't far off with the blue one. 8, 5. There we go. Is anything... Alright, Hannibal's here. Not Hannibal. Wait, yes, Hannibal. Fuck, I don't know. Chat is super kinky. Oh, Christ, yes. I mean, to be fair, we have straight up had, like, full-on discussions about pornography in this chat before. I can't really deny that. Although, no linking porn in chat, please. I will smack you. Alright, that's done. Go to the little box. That's done. Other one. Do this. 761. Okay, dealt with. Okay, so the first thing I have to do is go get the bookmark from Santa. You get Mega Evolution early on. No, you don't get Mega Evolution until post-game. They really want using those Z moves. I don't think... Mega Evolution, when you get it, it's not a story spoiler. I don't think it's that big a deal. Z moves are okay. They're not as bad as they could be. Can't play the game no more. I didn't spoil the story, you cunt. Oh god, what am I saying? I'm hanging around Australians too much. Yes, Magirna is available. Apparently there's just a QR code you need to scan. So, everyone, I'd like us all to remember this half hour of silence as the record of what fucking people take to book a goddamn flight to Mexico. After the stream, you want to know what I'm probably going to do? I'm probably going to go book a flight to Mexico without paying and time myself. And oh god, am I going to make sure to rub it into some people's faces. Fucking time to do this. Keep my bro company until he got friends. Eh. I mean, that's not a bad reason, but you should still... I still think if you are going to go to school, the reason should be for yourself. Hey Michael, how's it going? We've just spent like a half hour of silence because people were in the fucking room. Anything you missed? You have missed literally nothing. We haven't been able to start the new stuff, so you're all good. I just want to go elsewhere. I don't like talking about this kind of stuff because it depresses me. About to share my lack of story. Oh, game. It's all good. I mean, hell, if it means anything to you, man, you're probably one of the smarter people that I know. I mean, seriously, don't be bummed out or anything. I mean, we're all still young. We have time. Yeah, pretty much, Michael. Ocean will call it stuff. Probably best way. Red Kizu won Apex 9000. Yep, that sounds about right. Alright, gotta go through door 7. Yeah, no. It's all good, man. Just because you're not doing anything now doesn't mean doesn't mean you won't do great things. I have friends who just gamed since out of high school. He graduated 5 years ago. Wow. I'm impressed that he afforded it, though. Can afford to do that. Jumped off a couple buildings. I have too, although not a couple. I've jumped off one building before, and it was because I was locked out on the balcony of a house that family was being built. I hope we get this done quick. I should go to bed in 60 minutes and need to go to bed in 3 hours and 46 minutes. Okay. Probably won't get this done by the time that you should go to bed, but probably will by the time you need to go to bed. I can say that much. I apologize once again for fucking family and shit. Yeah, no, people could hear me. People heard me say the whole fact that I needed them to come let me in, but they, you know, just said, "No, you just want us to come over or something." Ah, fuck, where does this key go to again? Oh, I should take this. Okay. Give me one sec. Miguelas, we're not talking about donating plaza again, man. But yeah, not game. Yeah. I don't know what I need to say right now, but yeah, I hope you got the thing that I sent. Something else in here I still need to get right. I don't need to do that yet. Exactly the topic I should be discussing here anyway. Well, yeah, game. It's whatever you want to do, man. But I'll say at least this, because I assume you don't want to talk about any of your personal things here, but if you ever do need someone to talk to, man, seriously, just hit me up on Discord whenever. I'd be more than happy to spend however long you need, buddy. Alrighty. Be discussing Disneyland. I don't know a single thing about Disneyland. I could not help you there. There's nothing in here, right? Yeah. Just gonna try and get in shape this winter, then trying for jobs in spring. Go for it. Never been to either Disneyland or Disney World. I think I went to one of them when I was a kid, but honestly, I have no idea. I can't remember a thing. Yeah, agreed. Anyways. Let's focus on this game. Sounds good? I think we're actually at the new line of dialogue pretty soon. Someone had a C. Wait, what? Someone had a C. Oh, fuck me. I keep doing that by accident. Stop. Someone had a seizure on your trip? They did. Okay. Yeah, I've done that before too. Jesus Christ, I hope they're okay. Alright, what was it I needed to do for this? Iron 1, salt 2, water 3, carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. Fuck, what was it again? CO2, oh, fuck, I keep fast forwarding. 1, CO2 is 3. What is... Okay, so another 3. Ammonia, ethanol. Ethanol. Ethanol's 9. I think ethanol was last, so ammonia. That one, my classmate can't keep herself together without medication, so that was something. I hope to God your classmate was okay. Jesus. Damn it. Stop. Stop skipping. Okay, 4. I think that's the... Okay, yeah. One, two, three. Damn it. Okay. 3, 4, 9. There we go. Wait, what? Apparently I don't do that, okay. We ran to the bus to get her meds. Luckily everyone else met up around this time and helped her calm down. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that could have been scary. Alright, 7's remembering stuff. Okay, here we go. This is new. Well, guys, it's been an hour and 23 minutes into the stream. Let's fucking start this ending.
Like the molecules were communicating with each other, transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomenon spread throughout the world, right?
Jinpai looked up at 7 with half a smirk. 7 stared at him dumbfounded. Yeah, that's it, exactly. Well, how did you know?
I heard another story kinda like that one.
When?
In the freezer.
What? The freezer? Jinpai told 7 the story he'd heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. Have any of you have one of those moments when you just wanted to hurt somebody badly, like really badly? I don't think I have. Never been a time when I've really wanted to just, like, physically hurt somebody that I can think of. I mean, I won't deny it. I know that I've hurt people. I don't know my own strength sometimes, but yeah. No, I can't think of any time where I just, like, sitting in a chair thinking, you know what, I want to go beat the shit out of somebody. One day, glycerin began to crystallize, and the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, 7 looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin. Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right here. There. 7 squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he were trying desperately to focus on something far, far away.
Do you
Know about Ice 9? Yeah? Blah 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 blah. Ice 9. Okay. Yep.
do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice, ice, ice. Suddenly 7's eyes shot open. That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman.
Alice. Wait, what?
Who's Alice?
Come on, the woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Uh,
It became clear to 7 that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. Ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath. You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
yeah. More than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history.
I would not know that.
What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
Oh. That was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett. The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. Set out from Halifax, a port in Canada. Yee, Canada getting representation! And recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold, and would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McCabe Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. They were various bits of stuff floating around the water, things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin.
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin, it was all wood. There were no nails or reinforcements, and there were no gaps in the wood anywhere. It was airtight. Crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. Had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside, they found a woman. Or I guess you should say they found the dead body of a woman. It become around those glad. Always have your hope, man. Always. Her hair was thick and black, and her skin was deep brown and didn't show any signs of age or decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she looked just like she was sleeping. Doesn't she look like Lotus? Not really to me, to be honest. Not really. I don't see Lotus in this. Not really. Like, I mean, sure, the hair and everything, but... Wait, breasts. That is true, there aren't any breasts. There you go. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked as like she might wake up any minute. She didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McCabe Bennett finished the search and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to melt. They say that the stink was horrible. There was one body that didn't thaw.
The girl in the coffin.
Well, that's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month had passed and another, and it was summer and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about the girl started to spread and people came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. The door in number 1, there's that book that says All Ice. Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there and the next she wasn't. Heard someone in the CIA get them to be more convincing. Wait, what? I mean, I guess for, like, the honeypot. They say someone snuck into where they was keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. After a while, no one remembered her. Might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now, why the hell would you say something like that?
'Cause I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen? And Pike gulped. Insert CIA joke here. Wait, what? Oh, wait, it got censored.
Alright, tell me, what happened to Alice?
Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried. Well, around that time the word was that there was a thriving black market in New York. I mean, I'm sure there is, but this was special. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain. You've heard that name before, right?
Sir Gordain. Isn't he the guy who bought the gigantic? The Titanic's sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although, I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Bourdain bought Alice in 1912. Then, 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931. And apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
What?
well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the force of knowledge, beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine. Seven threw his hands up in defeat. Well, that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship. Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, they heard Clover's voice from the door. She did not sound pleased.
Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming.
Uh,
Seven looked at Junpei. Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it. With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier.
that mummy. That mummy wasn't just a normal. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
That Egyptian priestess Alice? Force of Knowledge's library. Does this boat have a library? I don't think it does. Or at least not one that I can remember. Had the water in her body become Ice 9?
No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
Levi shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Okay, well, we've done that. Apparently the last thing is... Wait, what? Knows about that later. Okay, apparently I have to find Clover now and give her a bookmark. Huh. Alright, well, let's go find ourselves a Clover. It's locked. Wait, what? Oh, right, fake heart. There we go. And we go down the hallway over to this. Skip all that. Where's the blue? There we go. And then I think I can combine these. Nope. Okay. Red liquid. Here we go. Palindrome Emord Nap Yalp. What? Oh, palindrome, spelled backwards, okay. Okay, I'm only allowed to have one door open, apparently. Okay, I think I've got all the stuff that I need. There we go. Hi, Lucy. Let's make you whole again. I don't remember what we did. I'm pretty sure I did something like this. Oh, here, I'm gonna... How much does it say? Wait, 51. Okay, so Lucy has to weigh 51. But wait, what? Lucy does weigh 51. Fine then, fuck it. I'll check this one. Wait, what? There's something that... Okay. Well, Lucy's 51, so is that wrong? They have to be balanced, but I don't actually remember how we balance them. Here, let me... Door 4. Kitchen. Operating room. Where's the weights? Let me see here. Is one of the fake body parts while tapping her head? Okay, just switch all their parts except for the heart. Oh, okay. Or switch every... Okay. That works. Your Lucy should be 51. Yeah, it said she was, but I thought it came up as her at 51. Alright, give me that key. Alright, team. Let's go. Just in case I fuck up, I'm gonna go ahead and save state. Alright. Alright, I can skip. Okay. Hi, Clover. Here we go. Junpei, what do you want to do? Take this, darling.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier. He reached into his pocket and dug it out. How did Junpei end up being the one to hold all the keys and stuff? Logic and reasons, that's why. Four-leaf clover. Santa had given to him in the second class room. He held it out to Clover.
Do you know that each leaf of the four-leaf clover means something? Hope, faith, love, and luck. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm.
He pressed the four-leaf clover into her hand.
Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith, to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive somewhere. I'm sure of it. Just gotta believe in that.
Clover stared at the four-leaf clover in her hand. You could see tears starting to form at the corners of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken. As she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. Yeah. I don't know. To be honest with you, Analytical, I feel like I've seen that somewhere before too, but I can't think of where. Unless I just made it up. Well, that's good at making something up, Apex, because honestly, I feel like I've seen that somewhere. Like, fuck, where? I can't remember, but I feel like I've seen that. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms off her jacket, but more quickly took their place. Sorry. Oh, it's okay, Apex. It's all good. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small, wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Say what you want to say. I'm just curious to why he said it.
Eh,
I think he just wanted to say something. What if it's a JP song? Oh my god. I would love that. Justin Bieber. Hey, I know you hate me, but I hate myself more. Because that is, like, not true in the slightest. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage.
Now come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
Still, she didn't move.
wait. Before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from the dictionary definition.
What?
Oh, huh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the four-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry, I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no, no, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What's this experiment you were talking about?
Clover looked away. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really.
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship.
He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Something about communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see.
He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. I don't think anyone here is religious, but I don't know, actually. I am not, I can say that. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
All Junpei would think was she has finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks? Or the ship of Theseus?
I'm deist. Is that, Ah, I see. I haven't heard of that before. That's interesting, analytical. It's an interesting concept, I have to say. Yeah, same game. I was baptized as well. And circumcised. Despite not being Jewish, it's a weird situation. I really don't know. Junpei grew even more confused. Never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
Junpei shook his head. Clover laughed.
Okay, well, pay attention then. This is how Lux socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
Not religion, but I believe there's a there in there being something else, unless that is religion. Getting circumcised not only depends on the religion, but also on medical health. Well, I'm assuming as a child I didn't have cancer in my foreskin, so I don't fucking know. Anyways, I would probably patch it up.
Well, I guess I'd patch it up. Get some cloth and close up the hole.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess.
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Um, that's tough.
No, they're not the same socks you started with. If no part of the original cloth was there, it's not the same sock. The heart problem I had that could have killed me, Grandma, had a priest give me my last rites when I was a baby. I don't know what that means, Apex. I know nothing. Analytical, I can't understand. I don't know what rights mean. Jinpai crossed his arms.
So, that's the locked socks thing.
Yeah. The ship of Thesis is a lot like it.
Ship of Thesis. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of the ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. You really say that ship is the ship of Thesis that you started with? No! They're all different fucking pieces, it's not the same damn ship! What if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Thesis? The one with all the fucking original parts! I don't understand how that's a paradox. Like, if there's no part... how could I describe this? Basically, it's a thing that helps you get into heaven. Oh. Okay. I see. But no, fuck. How's the best way to describe this? Fuck, I can't think of a way to describe it off the top of my head. Think of one. Think of one. Procedure prescribed or customary in religious use. Okay. Oh, so that's like the thing you do on the death. Okay, I understand. The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts? The one with all the original fucking parts.
Um,
An interesting question. Whoever considered Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
oh, what's the same?
These guys. Is this John? Or is it Lucy now?
Well, the thing with body swapping is I would describe it as wherever the head is, or like the brain or the personality or whatever it is, would be the person. So assuming that the personality is housed in John's head, it would still be John. This is my parents took me to Sunday school. Fuck, I've never gone. Up down the cherry tree, however, the handle has been replaced 3 times and the head has been replaced twice. Yeah, that's not an original axe, exactly. That's a good way to put it. Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like the lock socks in the ship of Thesis. It's still him. Part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart, or any number of internal organs. Even so, we didn't change the heart, so fuck you, Junpei. John's head and heart were both his. But apart from that, and a single arm, the rest of his body had once been Lucy's. Was that mannequin really John? Yes! Where you draw the line, if it only has one part, is it the original item? No, no it's not. Well, wait, actually... I wouldn't say it's the original item, I would say it has this piece of the original item. John is transgender, don't bug him. What about 50-50? Then I would say half of it are original parts, half of it has been replaced. Like, I would say probably you could consider something the original object until the last of its pieces. Well, wait. Yeah. Once you get past like 50%, then it's kind of not the original anymore. Dear Clover, it's now just Lucy. If you are who you say you are, if they both said John, they are both John. It's about what happens during cognition. Something like that.
We're just like these mannequins.
You look at Junpei again.
Think about it. Cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. You take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too. Right?
PTW guys, the ship you're on is fucking sinking. Yep.
That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
I mean, analytical, it's not sinking in this moment, but it will be sinking, and they're kind of wasting time. So, I mean, to be fair, it technically is sinking. The silence was broken by 7. Hi! What the hell is taking you two so long? 7's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy. I have not read them, McGillis. How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around. Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as to say if there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of 7. 7 seemed to catch on. Oh, what were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just
Just.
playing with the mannequins.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed toward the exit. You have 9 hours. It's okay to waste a few minutes. Nah. Analytical, honestly, I can't agree with that. You have 9 hours on a sinking boat. Get the fuck out. You can't waste time. 7 stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression. Playing with mannequins, huh. Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
You're a dick.
Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. The short laugh, 7 followed. They stood looking at the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it. Oh, wait, can I skip this? Yes, I can. Okay. You have 50 people. It's okay to let a few die. Good way to look at it, I suppose. Clover was experimenting too. Yeah, that was a good one as well. Alright, now I just need to go get the All Ice book. Or Alice book, as they say. Appearance rate, kind of a waste. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh, jokes. Alright, we already did this dialogue. We already did the wet dialogue. About how, you know, guys would also get wet down there. You hinted how Junpei just happened to have a notebook on him as well. You have a skyscraper. It's okay to let some of the base go beyond structural stability. Oh, God. Alright, Dead Snake. Dead Snake's alive. Wait, then Clover still gets an axe, doesn't she? Nah, Snake lived. I'd say it was the bookmark may change the axe thing. Well, I mean, it has to, but I don't know. Space elevator. Oh, fucking Cowboy Bebop is basically what we're saying with that, then. Why do I get the feeling that actually what happens if we go into one is that Ace slips up as the killer, and then Clover just axes him in the back? That'd be amazing. Door one. A man can dream. A man can dream we have Axe Clover on our side. I mean, Axe Clover doesn't fuck around. I like how we just have to see her head scroll across the screen. Oh my god, that's great. Alright, let's dance. Axe Clover is best. When she's on your side, she is. That book. Pocket watch, okay. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is.
Ace's eyebrows went up. Wrong voice.
You checked on us. Now get out of here. Split the stuff up for a reason, alright?
It was a lie. No reason to split up the work. I wanted to talk to Clover privately. That was why he'd sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There was something he meant to ask Clover, and he didn't want anyone else to hear him ask it. He also knew that Clover would likely remain silent if there was anyone else around when he asked. I'd like to see Ace in Smash. Fuck. That was why he was so desperate to send Ace back to the wheelhouse. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. Oh, I see. Of course. Looked Junpei over and glanced at Clover. I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck. Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left.
You.
Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. He'd heard what Ace had said. He regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
Final Smash Incinerator. Hidden ability of it also kills Ace. He was clearly suspicious, and with good reason. Junpei's eyes were widened, and he held up his hands in gesture of innocence.
Oh, no, 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 no. It's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment. Remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room. You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago.
Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible. Does he know something about... Oh, who? Fucking Ace? Probably. Ace thinks that Junpei and Clover are a thing, though, I think.
I'm sorry, but don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay?
Uh,
You understand, right? I'm just keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother?
uh,
Can't forgive them. I'm not going to let them get away with it. They're going to pay for it. I promise. So,
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei, who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there was at least 2 other people.
You're right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who and who?
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically, it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
And who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arms and he thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2. 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3. Why can't I pick Ace in the 9th man? Because I know it's 7 and Santa and 7. And I don't want to send her off on a kill path on them. Oh my god! I just looked casually to the right and noticed that there's Reese Minis here. Guys, I have chocolate. That's so fucking good. Sorry, back to the murder case. Angus, Santa, and 7. Could it be? Were Santa and 7 the killers? No, they weren't.
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei, and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it. He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
He looked less surprised than he'd expected.
Santa and 7. It was 2 people, and that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
There was some chocolate in chat. Chocolate. I did it. Why am I eating chocolate when I need to do voicing? I can't do that at the same time.
Well, what other possibilities?
Didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying that you think it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Oh, why?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Clover put her hand out expectantly. Junpei pulled out his pen, pad of paper, and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 12. 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 8 plus 2 equals 21. 2 plus 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 equals 21. 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals 21.
What's this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
I see.
Junpei,
Yeah,
I can trust you, right?
of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah,
Well, then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too, the ones with 4.
So, what does that leave?
A and D.
So either apparently this makes wait, okay. Either everyone did it or not Lotus and June did it.
Wait, it can't be A,
Why not?
because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I'd bet my life on it.
Okay then. And I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah,
Well, what have we got left?
E.
2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. So basically everyone but June, Clover, and Junpei.
You know what this means.
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
You think that's likely?
Um,
If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us. Right?
Just ran into a Japanese player in Splatoon at level 2 who scored 12 kills while in a 3v4 situation. Convinced just ran into an alt. Jesus Christ, yes you did. Yes, you very much did. That's absurd.
well, you do have a point.
Besides, since Ace and Seven are working together, they'd have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were killers, why wouldn't they?
Voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look her in the eye to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking fiercely to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis, who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
Okay. Yeah, well, that does make sense. Seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
That means there's a good chance it was Santa and Seven.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it?
Bring up Man 9. I know they need to. There was a moment of silence.
I think I know.
Oh, what is it?
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close. So close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke. Have I interrupted something?
Uh,
Uh,
what do you want?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Would you come with me for a moment? He turned on his heel and walked back toward the wheelhouse. Junpei looked over at Clover, gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk with him again later, and followed Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
Ace looked at Junpei and smiled, perhaps more of a smirk than a smile. There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah? What's that?
If you'll excuse me. No warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest.
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
Do you really need to? Nah, ship the OTP. Ship the OTP. Junpei. He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. The older man's hands were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket. Just as I thought. Switched them, didn't you? When we voted.
Ah,
Oh well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
when? Why did you?
Oh, simple curiosity. Hope you won't think ill of me for it. He smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and turned on his heel and left.
Uh,
It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. Junpei and Clover. Fuck Kenny. No, Kenny! And I go back and talk to Clover. Okay. Go talk to Clover. 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 Are you anywhere on this boat? Probably. Okay, I guess I just have to continue like normal then. Um, Fuck it. I'm just using the walkthrough. Okay. Um, do I need to go get the handle or something? Rip everyone Clover snapped? Nah, she hasn't snapped yet. Okay, what do I have to do? Tap the arrows to make the ship go in these directions. Southwest, southwest, northwest, east, north. Okay, so first off, south. South, then west. Alright. Southwest. Then northwest. Where's northwest? Northwest is there. Okay. And then after northwest, it's east. And after east, it's north. And now, I can eat chocolate. We did this, right? Yeah, we did okay. Okay. Think telegraph go out in speeds and order. Full. Half. Low. Full. Half. That's low. Up. There we go. Skip all the shit. Do that. And now we go through the door. Alright, team, let's go. And now we see a dead zero. Nobody has died. Nobody has died, Apex. Welcome back. There is dead zero. Alright. This. Alright. Alright, there we go. Zero's cousin. That's actually possible.
Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? The letters that spell Zero on the TV screen. The captain's clothes he's got on. And, of course, the bracelet with a zero on it. It's too obvious.
Look, this is Zero right here. His dead body is Zero.
Doesn't that seem kind of funny to you?
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder, why did they do it? I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all this. He's making fun of us.
Huh?
Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was Zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking about with a Zero bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, I did it.
Is the dead guy perfect plot twist? Totally. Also, hi, Aaron16489. How's it going, man? The perfect escape, except not. Although, to be fair, Junpei, I've got to say, regarding you calling it, or saying that only an idiot wouldn't see through it, I'm pretty sure that in the axe ending, all of you guys thought that the murderer was, or that Zero was this man. So, just putting that out there, buddy. Screams at Aaron. Jesus Christ. Why? Why?
Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy's supposed to look like everything Zero is supposed to be. Just like we did.
Huh?
The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was Zero and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us.
Too bad, suckers. This isn't Zero.
It's the same bad joke that a lot of criminals like to play. We'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
Look, here I am. What's wrong, guys? Come on, catch me if you can, copper.
That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, you're right. It really is childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me.
Junpei bent down next to the corpse.
Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is.
Why would I?
Huh.
Junpei sat back on his haunches. Haunches. The fuck does that mean? Haunch, a buttock and thigh considered together in a human or animal. Oh, okay, that oddly specific place to sit then. Fair enough.
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
What?
Gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets?
Junpei, I don't feel okay doing this.
Clover didn't move. Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own. Grabbed hold of her in an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did, something fell from the man's left wrist. The bracelet was Zero on the face. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only two ways to do so. 1. You escape from the ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. No, it's not even a fancy word for your ass. I'm pretty sure that you would, it's just to the side of your ass. That's what it would be, I guess. I stared at the bracelet.
This man, he's dead, isn't he?
Huh?
No, it's just, I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. This bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. He looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though, you know? I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive.
That's actually a really good point. I didn't even think of that. All the other bodies we've seen are exploded, but this dude is okay. Huh. Fucking hell, that's actually an amazing fucking point.
Um,
I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kind of has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside you. I mean, that's just... The snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm.
Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hand over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
what did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway.
Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean,
No! That's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
arm.
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him.
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
I thought back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me.
She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed. Suddenly, she was crying. I wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear. I had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused.
Thank you, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Oh! Oh my god, that's fucking adorable! Analytical, I see why you shipped them. This is fucking cute as fuck. Oh my god. Look at that shit. That's adorable. Ace walks in. That's gonna happen. Just give it a second. That's gonna happen. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just I'm so happy.
Why?
The body in the shower room. It isn't his. It isn't my brother.
Huh?
It's not Snake.
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is.
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. Everything you thought Clover was just ends up being thrown in your face. Basically, I mean, we took her for an axe murderer because she axe murdered us in a different reality. Oh yeah, no, totally. Most of the characters are just like, oh, this character's pretty cool, and you're just like, no, that character's a dick. That is quite true. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
He's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest, like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
Junpei, you were right.
Huh?
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important. That's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all those, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was a laminated bookmark with a full-relief clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this four-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
He looked up at him. Yeah, Clover goes from axe murder to this, that's true. June is also exempt, yeah. Wait, you hate June? Oh, because she's bland. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's fair. She is like the stock love interest kind of thing. I'll give you that. She's not super dynamic like a lot of these other characters are. He looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
If you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Um,
Uh,
um,
Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei.
huh?
He looked confused. He hadn't thought that she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. 6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, another 6 to the left, and then she stopped.
did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I, say something wrong?
Oh, no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news. I think
You think?
Santa knew about the words in the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects.
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago with my brother and me.
Wait, Clover was there too? I know Snake was there, but Clover was there too? What?
But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group, so neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Whoa, time out.
Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top.
The paper said 2 people participated in the previous experiment. Fuck. When it said 2, that made us think it was Snake. God damn you, game and misdirections.
Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start at 1, and then move to 2 and 3 and 4, and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
Clover nodded.
Alright, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenic fields?
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine. Alright, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism. Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So, they were testing telepathy on this ship.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The notary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada. Then the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops into your head? That's an epiphany. What you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So, you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And
Analytical is Snake's name Light, right? Because he kept reacting like someone called him when Junpei said Light. Wait. Alice is... What if Clover is Alice and Snake is Light? And then the daughter is that third name that belonged to Lotus. Actually, never. No. It would make sense for Snakes to be named to be Light, but Snake wouldn't know Clover because Clover was in Nevada. That makes sense though. That's it's a possibility.
someone did actually die. A girl.
I felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada, so I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was,
The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around. Oh, my apologies. Seem to have disturbed you.
Ace.
You two must have strong stomachs. Can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long. Ace glanced down at the floor. That girl was Santa's sister! No! Fuck! Uh, it totally was. At the corpse covered in blood. At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble, and I could really use your assistance. Come on, it'll only take a moment. With that, he turned and walked back toward the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight and spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Hey, wait.
Clover ignored him. Outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling. Junpei, what are you doing in there? Hurry up.
Ag.
Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off toward the communications office. God damn it, Ace, why are you useless? Figure shit out on your own. I can do it. Why is it so hard for you to do it? I don't know. I figured you'd be a smart man. Apparently you're not. Did you orient yourself using light if you have no vision? Wait, to orient yourself with life and a shift in coming is important. If there's a strong light, only one end, I'm thinking you'd feel as a prick in your skin. Us, but a blind man could make all the difference. Oh, it's minor for us. Yeah, I suppose so. I'm not sure though. I don't know much about any of that kind of stuff. Alright, give me the paper. Where can I get ink? Where is the ink? Ink? Is it in one of these drawers? Yes, okay. There we go. Alright, let's go open this Morse code. 3, 4, 5. I'm amazed that anybody could actually write a whole message in this. I've gotta say, Morse code never made sense to me. All ice. Alice. Did that mean I couldn't hold back? He had to know what was in that file. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects. Oh, I can't skip this. Okay, never mind.
This must be a key to the library on the bottom deck.
So it would seem. Bottom deck, the library. Oh, okay, here we go. Morse code is binary, though. Binary doesn't make sense to me either. I remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they'd been in the chemical closet. Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge, beneath the navel of the gigantic. Did beneath the navel mean the bottom deck? Did forest of knowledge mean the library? It did, then was Alice in a room somewhere beyond the library? What's wrong? Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him, curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts. Remember, library is the forest of knowledge. I thought there wasn't even a library on this damn boat. I completely forgot that was a thing. Dots are basically zeros, dashes, or ones. Binary code is 8 numbers for one. Wait, what? I don't fucking know. I don't know binary. There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts and to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June had told him. About the Egyptian priestess. About Ice 9. Finally, about the woman who wouldn't melt, who had been recovered from the Titanic disaster. Told him about how she had been called Owl Ice, which had eventually turned to Alice, and how she had been purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. And how Gordain had hid Alice somewhere on the ship. One of the most known Morse code messages is SOS, which is... Yeah, I didn't know that. I would not survive a boat. Do you think that he hid her in a small room beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess so.
I see. Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together. Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
Cass.
It stands for Cells Alive System, and it is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it's a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formulation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercolored using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation, cryogenic freezing. Fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space. That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, 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 wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow.
Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that Cass thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but that is a possibility. If the special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and if Cass were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
Well, I can't say for sure, of course.
only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? She were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature.
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
You're quite right, it does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then it would have been an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by who? Couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door requires the earth key. That requires the earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door, for that matter. Who else, then, could have done so? I thought for a second.
No, nobody.
After Santa and Lotus had used the Earth Key, they turned back and met up with Junpei and June, who just returned from the E-Deck. The four of them then proceeded to return to the large hospital room to reunite with Ace, Seven, and Clover. When Junpei and his team had gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had been left in the large hospital room, but they would have been unable to open door 1. Perhaps when Junpei and June had taken the elevator to door 2 then. No, that would have been impossible. It would have been gone only 5 minutes. No humans could have run to the captain's quarters, killed the man in there, and run back in 5 minutes.
It would have been possible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who'd been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well.
How long are you gonna stream tonight, Bryce? Honestly, I want to beat this ending tonight, but if it ends up getting too late, then I might delay it till Thursday and finish it then, because I'm gonna be away tomorrow night, so no stream tomorrow. But I do want to finish this tonight if we can.
They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered doors would mean nothing to someone like that. It'd be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
And then you're saying the killer was Alice.
It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Bet you want to finish so bad? Oh, Korean Jesus, you know I want to finish so bad. I want to finish all over this damn game. Also, how's it going? He drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
All ice. Alice. Was Alice indeed somewhere on the ship with them? Junpei had only one clue. Key card in his hand. It would, he hoped, grant him access to the Forest of Knowledge, but beyond that, what waited from beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Whatever might be there, however, would have to wait. At the moment, there was nothing Junpei could do. He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. So deep. Alright, unique key. Alright, now we go back here, go to this. Insert, I have overused that joke and we'll stop now. Just a little bit, Apex, little bit. All good, though. All good up in this hood. Okay, we know the first one's 35. Because, dear God, we bled for that number the other night. Alright. 3, 5, 1, 4. Fuck. 3, 5, 1, 4. 2, 7, 2, 4. There we go.
Yes.
It worked. And now we skip. Alright, team, let's get the fuck out. Skip all these things. Did Clover go back to the axe? Okay, she has things. Alright, second number's 34, it's not.
A note.
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It says something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
What the hell? Let me see it.
But Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Junpei! Clover, what are you two doing? Hurry up!
Clover shrugged.
I'll show it to you later, alright? Come on, we gotta hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and off down the long stem of the L. A note. A note. Junpei was curious, but there was something else that bothered him. Her pocket had been bulging far more than it would from just a note. Well, I don't think she has the axe. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy! Clover!
Jun's face was excited. Something had happened, that much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her.
What's up?
Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
Oh, what did you find?
The last door! We found door 9!
What?
Come on, just follow us. I'll explain on the way.
Okay, let's go.
Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs. Rest followed.
We finally made it.
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt.
Yeah, it's finally time.
I wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it. At least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. If we leave now, every bunny lives. That is kind of true, but Snake. There's one thing he couldn't get off his mind. The numbered door could only accommodate between 3 and 5 people. There's 7 of them on their way to door 9. That meant that even the best case scenario, there would be 2 of them that would have to stay behind. 2 people. He didn't have any solutions to that problem yet, but he was desperately hoping one would present itself. Pi looked over at the clock. Hands indicated that it was 4:30. They had 90 minutes before their time was up.
Hey, Junpei. June, what the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up.
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie. Something like that. I can't speak.
Let's go, Jumpy.
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. Pi followed. Also, every bunny lives if you've been playing Virtue's Last Resolved. Are there bunny people in that game that I need to know about? As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to the E deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the 2 elevators. Seven grabbed hold of it and began to talk. I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the 4 of us got on the elevator on the left. And that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, it headed down another hallway. Took them toward the bow of the ship and eventually to the number 6 that Junpei and June had found earlier. I'm not going to answer that question. Okay. Fair enough, I will figure it out when I play that game. As usual, they faced a locked door, but had been forced to complete 2 different areas before they could unlock it. Once they were through that door, there was another hallway that went in the other direction towards the stern.
So, on your way, you found the elevator.
Well, that's right.
So, in other words, you kind of did a lap, huh? Came from that side to this side.
Yeah. With that settled, Junpei looked around.
So, where's the number 9 door?
Over here. Follow me. Seven began walking down the hallway that led toward the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him. They had been walking for a while, June in silent step with Junpei when she spoke.
You know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
The 7 of us are going to door 9.
Huh?
You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital root?
3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
9. It's 9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them. He said we can't leave June behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got in the elevator and went back to the central staircase.
That's right.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you, I mean.
I felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that.
No, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
I don't mean that Seven and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. They were just talking about it and Santa objected to it first.
Junpei was about to respond when Seven suddenly stopped. In front of them stood a door.
So, is this it?
Seven couldn't see, or Junpei couldn't see Seven's face, but he could see him nod.
There's no other place for us to go?
Nope. Just look around. At the end of the hallway was a thick iron wall. The left and right other hallways led to the port and starboard sides of the ship. They were both closed off by thick metal grates. Looked as though Seven was right. The door in front of them was their only choice. Alright, let's get moving. Pulled open the door and walked in. Pai took a deep breath and followed. It appeared they'd been telling the truth. First thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing, made of paint. The door decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it. It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish. Or garish, I don't know. Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge. Then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. Its display read vacant. Finally, it arrived. I felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back, and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. He was about to speak when
Junpei, look behind you.
he turned around. I could scarcely believe what he saw. A door, and a 9. There was
Another one. Hey! What the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door, set parallel to the door they'd come through, and in the other corner of the room.
9.
There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, red was bolted to the wall near the door. Your Santa voice sounds really close to your Junpei.
Well, Junpei has more of a raspy thing, whereas Santa, I try and make it sound kind of, nerdy and, just sweetish and meek kind of thing. But it's definitely easy to get the two of them mixed up when I've been going on and on like this.
Oh, you're back from the dead. That's good. Hey, Snake. If any more proof is needed, I read that. He grabbed the handle and shook the door. Not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real.
Why the hell are there two doors?
It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong door?
Lotus was skeptical. I don't know about that. That seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. Pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room.
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it. The exit is hidden, but it is there. Seek the exit. Seek the door that carries a 9.
Junpei began to mutter to himself.
So, if there are two number 9 doors, we split up, right?
That's not gonna work.
Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her hand.
You've got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
Did you find Snake? I don't think we found Snake yet. We need to find him, though. Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers.
You get it? Numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. Numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people. So,
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. 4 go through, then 3 are left behind. Right?
Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem. The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank. Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him. As he did, he began to wonder. What was it? The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the rooms. Oh, you meant... Wait, what? You're saying June? What? There was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end of the carpet, an altar? It was a recessed space set into the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. 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 Coffin! No, it couldn't possibly be. But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. No, Snake! At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced. Okay, I'll give up. I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer, but I guess nobody's got the guts to do it. Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one. What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Huh? Look, fine. Let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. It wasn't really wrong, she just... screw it. Let me just write it out. Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look. You're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4. Get everybody out. Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though. You split us up into the groups of 3 and 3 and 1. You can make this combination.
Wait, this means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if you hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
the same thing. Are you saying?
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Ah! Ah!
Oh,
Uh,
why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? You're some kind of idiot.
Lotus was the first to speak, surprisingly. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting us out of here.
The rest of them began to speak, all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either. I don't like that idea. There's got to be another option.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
there you go, 7. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a discursive snort, not snort, and a cough. Doesn't make any sense. He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corners of Seven's eyes. Oh. I ship Titanic X iceberg. God damn it. That was when Santa spoke.
Well, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Till then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
Are you agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Santa shook his head.
I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here all alone. Then I don't see how it matters. I said alone. I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There's a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you? What, you don't get it? Can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No. Those are my orders. What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you? You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice. What? 3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. Feet moving like lightning. He spun and... God damn it! Now what? Why are you evil now? I liked you! You were a softie! You were cool! Why are you bad? God fucking damn it, Santa! You could have gotten out! He had June.
See? I told you.
Lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude, seeing that he needed 2 more. The gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple. What was he doing with a gun? Where on earth did Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion. Gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was going to do this. Should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it. A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded and he began to move. He walked backward, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations. I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands on the red.
That was what Santa had meant when he had said he needed 2 more.
Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order.
Hi, Mr. Jasbo. Yeah, what Apex was saying. I've done those other 4. And now we do this. How's it going, man? They stayed, frozen like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Right, fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched, and the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real, and worked.
But why? Santa, why are you...
You know, Clover, I've got to say, I really wish you had taken that axe with you right now, but right about now. Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You know about the leaf word and the four-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying.
Shut up. Just shut up, you stupid bitch. You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Did axe ending spook me? Did it? I don't actually remember. We got that ending like, what, 2 tries ago? Fuck. The axe ending was good though. I did like it for the point of an ending, but Jesus fuck Christ closer. I said this sounds really strange coming out of Santa. It does. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. She spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
Alright, assholes, what are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing starting to going senile, maybe?
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. Almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. His eyes were wild and her chest heaved with every quick breath, like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked fiercely. What were they gonna do? Then he realized something. Nothing they needed to do. There's nothing to debate. June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa commanded meant that she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she wouldn't leave the ship alive, along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There's only one thing for Junpei to do. He turned to Ace and Lotus.
Please, go.
Huh? What?
Jumpy, what are you saying? You stay here, you're gonna be stuck, Jumpy. So will Clover and Seven.
Why do I get the feeling that Santa's actually just doing this, and then once they're on the other side of the door, gonna be just like, by the way, Snake's still alive and in the coffin. Figure it out.
I know, but you don't need to worry about us. Figure something out. Right, Seven?
Or, right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of. But, no, you can't. Ace, Lotus, don't do it. Don't worry about me, please.
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. That would still feel weird. Not gonna deny that. Not gonna deny that. Santa just unloads into the coffin because he's afraid of mummies. No coffins shall remain in my watch. Oh god. I walked around behind Ace and Lotus. Without a word, he laid a hand on each of their backs and gently pushed them forward. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded. You know something I just noticed? In this ending, we have not discussed the fact that Ace killed a man in the slightest. Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly toward the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled.
Alright, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What, you think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The writ doesn't need a person, you know. All I need is the bracelet. Get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner.
Who did Ace kill? Some random dude. We don't know who Ace killed. It was just some random dude. And also the Ninth Man, I guess. He did also kill the Ninth Man.
I'm not gonna say it again.
He shoved the revolver harder against June's head, and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand on the scanner panel. The 4th asterisk blinked on.
Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. As the door opens, get your ass in there.
or anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
If I could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind.
The door slid open. Marry, fuck, kill, Lotus, June, Clover. Probably marry Clover. June seems to constantly on death's door. So, I mean, there's that. June seems like wife material to me. She knows weird, funny, random facts. That's fair. That's fair. Jesus Christ. So then wait, analytical, that means you'd marry Lotus? The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drumroll to welcome the chosen few.
Alright, go.
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. They had to wait until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8.
Later.
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her fingers the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. Red engaged. Moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. Wow, that worked out perfectly actually, so they just need Snake. But you know that Snake's not dead. There was no possible way for them to open a door with a 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door. He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. She's safe? That was all that mattered to him. He was alive if she had escaped this horrible boat. That was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed. So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
Ooh, what do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
7 opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical, it was certainly human. How would Santa know about Snake? I don't know. Santa talks to people. He knew about that whole thing with Ace being CEO of the pharmacy. That's possible. I'm very upset I just had a match in Splatoon where we were basically started off 3v4 and we were actually moving right into the very final seconds of the game. Oh, damn, that's so close. Then who knew about Snake? Fucking, I don't know. If it was a prosthetic arm, I mean, to be fair, Santa could have just, like, seen the fact it's a prosthetic arm and just like, oh, okay, maybe his little sister had one too, for all we know. That's possible. And then he saw the body and saw the bone, just like, oh, okay, that's not 7. I'm gonna play along. Junpei and 7 looked at one another. What the hell's that?
Shh! Quiet!
Clover motioned to 7 to shut the fuck up. Put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The gun hole. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from. Where was it coming from? Could it be? Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
They're telling me to force it open.
Just shut up and try.
Junpei and Seven grabbed hold of the coffin. He tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find and pulled with all their strength. Would have to assume that he was confident enough that Snake would show up. Now that he did, I think he's zero. Oh, who's Santa? Yeah, I'm thinking that too. It's in the bullet hole.
Ah!
Gah!
Damn it!
Why was Clover not helping?
Man, it won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one. Yeah, looks like it.
You think we'll have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder. They had no idea who was in the coffin, but they wanted out, and they wanted out now. They had no idea what they were supposed to do. Without a passcode, it didn't seem like there was a lot they could do. Maybe Snake can move out of the coffin at will? I don't think that's it. But what, Santa wanting revenge for his sister? That does make sense. Couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews and Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing. The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room. What's the passcode? What was Junpei supposed to do? How was he supposed to figure it out? He needed something. Made sense if Ace was zero, but how do you recreate all this? Santa was a gambler, actually. He could have just won it big or something like that. The world blinked. Wait, what? What the fuck? Suddenly there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. Truth had gone, truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What the hell was that? That voice?
Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
Huh? What are you talking about?
What's up?
Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them. If he had told them he'd heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he was going insane. Here's where you'd get the coffin ending if you didn't clear the safe ending. Oh. Okay. If he told them he'd heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he was going insane. So all he said was,
Oh, nothing.
cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Timey-wimey paradoxal bullshit, yep. Oh god. Junpei, press the buttons on the bracelet. Right, left, right, left. Right, left, right, left, right, left. Right, left, right, left, right, left. I'm really good at explaining what happened so far.
Well, until that.
They just fucking reached across time and space and caused fucking weird ass things to happen that don't make sense. I don't consider Coffin a full ending because it's just a check, really. Oh yeah, totally. At Coffin, you just stop right there because you wouldn't know. That was it. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 8 numbers blinked on and then off the bracelet display. I checked one last time. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1438341. Huh?
Eh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh, are those?
Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget. 14383421. 14383421. Trembling fingers, he punched them in. 14383421. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was the sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it.
Ah!
Apex no longer ignored that or list anyway. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Also, I think that was a Filthy Frank reference in regarding It's Time to Stop. I don't know.
Oh, is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you.
Snake! Oh my, how did you?
Junpei. And Seven. Is that you? Is everyone else there as well?
Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask. Pine Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears.
You're back!
With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms. Oh,
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
You're back! You're back!
told Al Apex if his GG fuck you comment was in response to my recent loss. I put him on ignore. I did for about 5 minutes. Oh, okay, fair enough.
Ah, boy.
Clover looked like nothing so much as the lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried. Her eyes were red. Her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating.
You're back! You're really here!
Her voice was happy and almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Perhaps I'm just naive? No fucking move. Nah, Apex. Apex, this is the only time that you can waste some time. This is a little girl crying over her lost brother. You have to give them at least 3.32 minutes here, okay? At least that long. Any longer than that, though, they gotta fucking move, but they have at least that much time. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
Oh! You're back!
Come now. What's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not as though you did. I really thought you were dead.
What's up, Analytical?
Huh.
You jerk!
What is Lotus's job? She said in another ending that she worked previously for a network security firm, but I think at the moment she's unemployed. I'll cut your damn hands off. We need to go. If I need to go now. Wrong ending.
You jerk! Idiot! Baka! Baka! Baka!
Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Though Junpei knew they had little time, and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted. It felt cruel to pull them apart for at least 3.32 minutes. Junpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired.
I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you. In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought I was dead. Correct?
It quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours. I nodded.
You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here, in this room.
At this point, I hope these bastards drown. No.
No.
Apex, you need to chill the hell down. We're getting the good ending where I live, okay? You need to chill the hell down.
Do I have it straight?
Seven had been rather surprised to learn of the dead body in the captain's quarters. Everything that had taken place, Jinpai had simply forgotten to mention it to him.
Well then, I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpses in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were?
Y'all don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this mixer isn't wearing Snake's clothes. You're wearing something kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When were you knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red,
Aside from the ninth man, did anyone ever actually explode? You mean as a result of disobeying the rules? No, I don't believe so.
Where did they get you? Do you remember?
it was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A can releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe this gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Then that means it was.
0.
Looks that
Oh, looks that way, huh?
there's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
I crossed his arms and thought, why had Zero made Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How the result of that trick benefited Zero? The mystery. Through the door by himself after it was opened. Oh, who, the ninth man? Oh, what made him? Yeah. He went through the door by himself without realizing that that would make him explode. No, the bombs are currently in the lower intestine after Zero made them ingest them. The bracelets are just the detonators. He also didn't have a satisfactory explanation for how he discerned the key code for the coffin. It just didn't make sense. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. What did that mean? Did it mean anything? Why had June... Ah, not June. Not her. This is the man we're talking about. Why had Junpei felt compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them? How do you get rid of the bomb? You poop it out. But right now, it's stuck in there so that they won't poop it out right away since they haven't been eating. Holy shit, I just noticed a lot of things. Okay, I'm so confused. Alright. Lots of laxatives. Yep, pretty much. Devin had asked him about it when they waited for Clover to finish crying. He had no answer for him then. He still didn't. All he could say was that it seemed to have been a subconscious reaction. His fingers had simply moved of their own accord. It was the only explanation that made any sort of sense, and it made almost no sense. But I had no idea what any of it meant. Mine was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think. And of course, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access morphogenic fields is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was,
It had to be another experiment conducted on the same ship 9 years ago. girl had died during it. Orphanagetic field theory. 2 murders. Why was it kind of having headaches in the other branch, but not this one? She did, I think. She had her other headache, when we weren't around her. I think that's why we didn't see it. 2 murders. Switching clothes. The nonary game. And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. The maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he'd grasped them. As he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. Something that tied all of them together. Zero. He was the ringleader, the person who had trapped 9 people on a sinking ship. Zero knew everything. They could uncover Zero's identity. All of their questions would be answered. Who was Zero? I had the beginnings of a theory. He only tested. Or perhaps...
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of the utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
We never got to the sub-ending on this channel, right? No, we did. I think that was the ending we got before you came, maybe. But yeah, no, we got the sub-ending.
Well, hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Who was the killer? I don't know.
With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
As they snipped back and forth, Junpei glanced in Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
Ah, I assumed you'd figured it out.
Gah, forget it.
The killer is the killer. Oh my god, Mr. Jazbo, I appreciate the Phoenix Wright reference. That is a game I've been meaning to fucking stream for ages.
Let's just get going.
Devin stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. Devin quickly laid his hand on the red. Asterisks appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon, there were 4 asterisks on the screen. Devin glanced at them and laid his hand on the lever of the red.
Alright. Guys ready to go?
Yes.
I paused for a moment.
Not yet.
Huh?
Before we go, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something.
Yeah, but before I do, Seven, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us. What do you mean? We don't need... Just do it, alright?
Also, Wolf likes leaks. Thank you very much for the follow, man. I appreciate that. That's super cool. Also, I like wolves too. They are the best pets. Playing LG of games, play the first case of Spirit of Justice just before I came over to this channel.
That's funny.
Oh god, no, fucking Phoenix Wright is something I would definitely want to stream sometime, but I need other people for that. There's no way. I can struggle through 8 voices here. Phoenix Wright has so many more characters.
But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay?
Ugh.
Please. This is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
I looked directly into Seven's eyes. Somebody, we need fan art of that. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded.
On.
Devin pulled down on the lever and the door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. Ring of Voices and LG was doing just that when he was playing it. Was he doing voices himself or with a voice mod? With the voice mod thing, I could maybe do that, but no. I would want other people to do some voices. Well, what has been Alice's purpose? I don't know what Alice was doing. Why do I feel like Alice is the killer now? Analytical. You're dropping too many hints. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
Just himself. Well, I've got to say then, game, that's actually pretty impressive. I've tried doing that and, like, killed my throat so quickly. Well, we knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right, it is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What? Zero's bracelet.
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei. Not a hint, it's a question. I don't know what Alice's purpose is then. She's basically just been there.
You did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
She reached into one of her pockets on her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to Seven.
It was in the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. Look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters Cap. If Cap was really 0, then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and this bracelet. But most importantly, if you were Cap and this was your game, would you really put one of these bracelets on yourself? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Okay.
After he and Clover scanned their bracelets, he waved Caps over the scanner panel. Then he pulled the lever. However, the door didn't open. The res display read error.
I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work.
No, that's impossible. You see how the panel opened showed a 3rd asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
Seven waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, single asterisk appeared on the red. Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So, what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then, what number is it?
Let's find out.
Junpei scanned the bracelet with this combination. We know that the bracelet's 6 from the other thing, so who would it take to get to that? Snake, Junpei, Cap, that would be 6 and 5 would be 11, 2, 13, 14, nope. 7, Clover, and Cap, that would be 17, which would be 18, so no. Wait. Oh, right, we can have multiple people. Okay. Snake, Clover, and 7. What would that be? Wait, fucking... 7, Clover, and... Ugh. God damn it, math, work with me here. Junpei, and that is 11, I think. Right? Junpei and Cap is 11. So we would just need 7 then. So, Junpei, 7, Cap. I think that should work. 7, Junpei, and Cap. This combination opened the door, then Cap's bracelet number was 6. Well, hey! It opened! The door opened!
What? Why? What does that mean?
Both 7 and Clover seemed rather shaken. They turned to look at Junpei for answers. The door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow.
Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Oh,
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah,
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with.
Oh my god, I didn't even think of that because if you use 0, it doesn't change the digital root of whatever the fuck you're adding to.
oh my god, that would make perfect sense. So June is what?
No! No! What? Wait, her bracelet was flipped. Now you're saying it's 9? Fuck it, Then the ninth man was 6, and what? I'm so lost.
Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is.
9?
That seems the most likely.
Then all this number door stuff was just a load of crap.
Why would you say that?
Because June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write fiercely in it. Junpei leaned over to look at it. List of all the numbered doors Junpei's gone through. June's gone through. Clover read each row out loud so that Snake could follow along.
Alright, I made a list of all the numbered doors that June has gone through so far. I wrote down which door she went into, and with who. And I wrote what all the numbers were. If you switch 9 and wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. Digital root is 7, and you can't open door 4. The digital root is 2, and you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it? Yes, exactly.
What about it?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time he came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question, why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number. 7, would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure. 7 took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations. This is what you're getting at, right, Snake? Ran out the changes he'd made. Finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. On the contrary, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3. They cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Then that means that even though he set the whole damn thing up, Santa was still playing by the rules of the nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
So, you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not. But I think it's safe to conclude that he is 0. If my hypothesis is correct.
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Was that consistent across the timelines? I think so, actually. I'm pretty sure that Santa was always in a room with June. I can't think of an instance where he wasn't, at least. Junpei. Junpei remained silent in thought. Snake's hypothesis didn't satisfy him. June's bracelet was flipped. If that were possible, then there would have been 2 number 9 bracelets. If that were the case...
Alright, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door. Lotus was also always in the room with her.
No, there was an instance where it was me, Clover, and Lotus, and June wasn't in the room with her then. What is that was if we go through door number 8, then we get that instance, and then June would be in the other room with Santa. I think that's how it went, right? I'm talking about this route. Oh, okay, on this route, then yes, I think so too. But that would make sense too, because Santa wanted Lotus and Ace to get through the last doors. Door 9 opened, leapt through. The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped.
You.
After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei's companions headed down the long hallway in front of them. At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship. It looked as though they led all the way to the bottom deck. They looked down. It didn't seem to be flooded. Deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves at the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door. Why should it change across the different analytical, I'm not sure what you mean. And of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. Like the sort of harpoon one you'd use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Nick traced the shapes with his fingers.
This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere.
Neptune key. All Junpei had was the Uranus key card. The same planet, and not even the same sort of key. Clearly it wasn't going to open this door. After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they'd come. A little more searching, they found a metal door. Inside of it was a card reader. The symbol was engraved onto the card reader. Matched the Uranus symbol on the key card Junpei was carrying.
This is the place.
He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. Beeped once, and the light on it turned green. I did not mean to do that. A heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. I wish to show you this GIF I found when I wasn't looking with the Twitter. I linked to the GIF itself, but Twitter doesn't like people trying to do that. Yeah, that's fair. Let me take a look here. Oh god, yep, that's true. That's so true, game. Asking at Mr. Jasbo the question, he makes the reference that Lotus is always with June's route, but I want to know what would change across the different ones. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I do know across the other routes it does change. Heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Pie, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. They found themselves in was full of books. Looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books, or the sort of library that was simply placed to store books. Felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority.
Alright, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well.
Sort of thing.
Good, let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
Alice sleeps in the small chamber past the forest of knowledge. As he began his search, for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Alright, guys. It's time we dance. Time we fucking danced. Hey, KD! How have you been, man? What's going on? Good, technically morning, but might as well be night. How's it going? Haven't seen you in ages, buddy. What's up? Also, shit. Seek the way out. I guess this is the last one then, huh? I gotta say, I wasn't expecting one more of these. Alrighty then. Well, team, Also, yeah, so this is the Alice thing. I didn't realize the library would be an actual room we got to go to, though. But yeah. Alright, team. Let's pucker down and use our heads. Not pucker. Buckle. That's the right word. Why did I say pucker? Gotta do this, though. Let's dance. Okay.
The deal with these titles.
They're all just gibberish.
Hey, what if we like switch them around?
Switch them around.
Yeah, we move them around. Maybe they'll spell something.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, heck, it's worth a shot.
Pucker up and buckle down.
Oh god. I just got home from work, debating whether I should get a nap before I bring my daughter to daycare. Oh yeah, I forgot that you work that schedule.
Um, well, I mean, to be honest, your sleep is probably more important than watching the stream. So, I mean, you should probably nap. Open? Oh my god, yep, you're right. Thanks, Apex. Open here, find bulb.
How about this?
Like putting those books in the right order, open this thing right up.
That was a piece of cake.
Hooray! You did it, Junpei!
I guess that turned out well enough.
So the letters from the title spell out, open here, find bulb.
Peon 4. Or peon. Oh yeah, I guess it could have spelled peon, huh? Powerful light bulb. Okay, well, I misclicked my way to something.
There's a note on that table.
Lights to the books. Huh, what does that mean?
Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book?
Use a scream at Katie. Apex, don't scream, be nice.
Jesus.
Wait, is Jesus still actually here? I'm not sure. Yep, okay. Maybe. I don't know.
I fall asleep while watching the stream, not any of you are doing. I'm just that exhausted.
It's all good, buddy. Honestly, it's better that you go to sleep.
Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what? Maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next. They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness.
Okay, Jesus, I don't know if you've seen, the Sword Art Online abridged, done by something with the entertainment, but, there was a funny scene just basically involving, isn't that right, Jesus, or saying Jesus of some sort, and a character named Jesus just looked over him, just like, yes, kind of thing. It was funny. Just doing drugs. Okay, well, I hope you enjoy your drugs. I hope they don't kill you.
Rather like myself.
That's horrible.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. Not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say.
Persona abridged? I think that's a thing, and I think we watched that, but no, I'm talking the Sword Art Online abridged. It's better than Sword Art Online itself. In my opinion, at least.
Kid's book here, right? Looks like a children's story about Native Americans.
Don't you think a random book like that is kind of suspicious? Maybe you ought to hold on to it.
Okay, I don't see why, but
What's Hellenism?
I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture.
there's a unique moment in this room. Want me to tell you how to get it before you solve the room? What do you mean by unique, Mr. Jasbo? Like, just a unique interaction between two characters? Because I'd be okay with seeing that. I'd be fine with seeing that, as long as it's not, like, just giving away a puzzle. Yeah, as long as it's not spoiling a puzzle, I'm okay. This big door is the opening of the library. It's pretty impressive. Almost looks like a door to a shrine or a church or something. Another door after it, and then a passageway beyond that. At the end of that passageway is a door with that Neptune symbol engraved on it.
Hurry up. We need to find the key with the mark of Neptune.
Okay. This sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world.
Man, it's like Seven and I don't even exist.
Not bad on the voices. Oh, thanks, Katie. Has nothing to do with solving the room.
Ah.
Okay, sure. You can go ahead and tell me how to get that the interaction. That's cool. This room is a metric fuck ton of optional stuff, really. Does it? Hell, I wouldn't even know where to begin.
This one, it looks just like that picture book from earlier. The one with the pop-ups.
I think it's part of a series of something. They do have the same binding. So, I think what we have to do to start is just go to each... Okay.
Man, this thing is narrow. I feel like I'm walking across a tightrope. Gee, Snake, aren't you scared?
Imagine a wall 20 inches wide that runs along the top of a 10-story building. Could you walk along that wall, Junpei?
No way.
Then what about a balance beam in a gymnasium?
Oh, well, that's easy.
You don't find that strange. A balance beam is far narrower than 20 inches. So why is it that a balance beam poses no challenge to you, but the hypothetical 10-story wall does?
Um,
The light can easily turn people into cowards. From time to time, a life in darkness can give you courage.
I'll tell you before they pass the point of no return. Maybe you'll find it yourself. Okay, sounds good, Jaspo. Just keep in mind 15 seconds of delay, so if you see me, like, right about to solve the puzzle, then I will try not to hesitate and shit. I think what we need to do, though, is go to each one of these sections and check the main books. Well, this one says Transition of Extinct Species.
We need to hurry it up, or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that.
Fuck. Snake's not wrong. This is true. Snake's a smart guy. Alright, we took the pop-up book. Okay, what's that? What about up here?
the black hole hypothesis. Gamma ray astrophysics.
I guess this bookshelf has an astronomy theme.
Energy theory, development of nanotechnology materials, interactions between shortwave energy and matter. What else have we got?
Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache.
Can't say fancy technology stuff and getting along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you're gonna put me to sleep. Fair enough. Snake, you have to save Meryl. God damn it. The amount of times Snake has died in this game, though, we've made the snake, snake, snake joke so often.
An overview of photochemistry.
I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay?
Huh, looks like there's a whole lot of space behind these books.
Look, Junpei! I think there's something hidden behind the books.
Give me that.
Automated robotic assembly line techniques. Ah,
What's that? Some sort of comic book? Jeez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh?
No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars.
Okay, what about over here? Alright, no, we already got this.
this one's called History of the Western World.
Well, I'd assume it's about European history.
Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that, Snake. Doesn't seem like you.
Popular opinion, I kind of like Sons of Liberty more. I have not heard of that. Also, Michael, I'm not fucking... I can never remember... Why can't I remember his name? I see the name Neil Watts. I've played that game. I loved the game. And I can't remember the fucking name associated with the character. God damn it, me. Metal Gear Solid 2. Fair enough. Nah, to be honest, I haven't played any of the Metal Gear games. But I do know some stuff about them. Alright, we already did that. Anything over here?
Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Wait, what? Amanites are pretty nasty looking.
Introduction to geology, huh?
Thinking about the Earth even when you're on the ocean. Kinda romantic in a way, I guess.
Well, next stream right there. That's a good point. That is something I need to stream. I'd be totally down to stream a Metal Gear game. And I would die. A lot.
Teleportation and telepathy. The hell is this one about? Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teleportation.
It refers to having the ability to travel through time.
We need a random Pokemon scene. What, just in this game? I think we're okay. These stairs go down to the bottom floor. Okay. Let me down the stairs.
That kind. The hell is this?
Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Compilation, that's the right way to say that word.
Owen, huh?
Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it about the English Revolutionary.
Libertines?
This book is in German. It looks like it's the complete works of something.
I've never heard of it.
Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know.
That is a good point. Me too, I tried to play the first one again a couple years ago and I'm awful now. Yeah, that happens. You fucking go a little while without playing something and then you just die.
Sheldrake?
Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake?
Huh?
Wait, did I skip something? Got the volume number written on the lower part of the spine. Okay. Well, what's this? Small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Am I supposed to put something on those stands? There are 3 lights in this thing. They're very bright, though. Hey, didn't we find some kind of really powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't you put it into one of those lights?
Yeah. Well, they'll get a lot brighter, but
But if there are 3 lights, that means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 bulbs.
Need 3 light bulbs, huh?
Okay, so I need to find 3 books and 3 light bulbs then, if that's the case. Well, this bookshelf is sort of a glassing. Like, it's pretty big, but there are only 6 books on it. That seems kind of weird. I'm gonna have to go in about 20 minutes. Yeah, I understand that. I'm gonna try and get some sleep. If you're still up by 7 a.m., I'll drop back for a few. I will probably not be. You know, that's all good, you guys. You have yourself a good night. We'll definitely finish this, though. And if you're interested, I know for a fact I will put this on the YouTube afterwards. But fuck, we're too far in. We can't stop now. We can't stop now, especially when I have to leave for tomorrow. And we forget everything. We can't do that.
hey, it looks like there's something on the bottom. Can't really see it though. The glass is all foggy.
Have an awesome night, Katie. What's this? Middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you've got the right ones to open it. Wait, you have a YouTube? Yes, it's linked just in the channel below, but there's no real videos or anything. I just put archives of streams onto it. Random Pokemon scene? Oh, it's me playing as a baby. That's adorable. Although I'm concerned as to why that's on the internet.
What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. I might as well give it a shot.
Wait, what? Oops. 6. How do I suck so much? 4, 5, 6. 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Having the VOD uploaded makes me worry, but worry about what, game?
You did it, Junpei! Yay!
I don't know why, but I don't really feel like particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now.
Let's see if we can get it open, alright?
Give me them books. Oh, there's a light bulb. Okay. Alright, so there are 3 lights in here.
I'm gonna change these bulbs.
Now they should... Let there be light.
Whoa. Light bulbs really make a difference. It's pretty bright in here now.
Alright, well, we got the light bulbs done, so now the books. Or might actually probably better... Oh, okay. Small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Supposed to put something on those stands? Yeah, well, yes, books! Although they're 9.
It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there to hypothesize about with a Riemann? Isn't it pretty straightforward?
Heavens no. There are many factors, length, girth, lubrication, or lack of. It's an exciting and rapidly growing field.
Whoa!
Okay, I have to say it. Insert sexual joke there.
See what we've got here.
So many books here. I wonder what this one's... Whoa, what's this form?
Oh! Sorry.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Aye, what's the deal with this sappy stuff? Jasbo, I think that might have been it.
Learn Japanese literature, huh?
You found it. Okay, perfect. Aye, there's another one of those picture books here. What about these things feels kinda nice, you know? Brings back good memories.
I guess even people like 7 were kids once.
No shit, you little brat.
Hey, guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me.
Look.
Agriculture and historical organizations and folklore. What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore. Looks like there are a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though.
Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all those things, if you know where to look.
This looks pretty deep.
This is a fair point. There are books here in all sorts of languages. I can't read them. Okay, well maybe I have to try this now. All enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like, yeah. What do I do? Combine the books? I don't fucking know. Oh, okay, it's not that.
It's a coat rack. Like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. This one's not too big, so maybe just hats.
Fuck. I don't see what I'm missing here. Iron plate is bolted down. I think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. Okay.
Wow, it's so bright now. It's almost blinding.
Alright, that just means we have to do this.
Wait, what? Really bright in here. Okay. None of the books like it there. No, there's no other items that I think I need to get. There was a light bulb. Okay, that's the light bulb one. Hold on. Okay, we did that.
Communication and computer science, huh?
That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague I don't really know what it might be about.
What's that one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering.
Click the stands? I did click the stands. That's like the first thing I did. Like, right here. Not the bulbs. The stands. Small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Am I supposed to put something on those stands? Like, yeah, I did that.
Algebraic number theory. Math, huh? Oh, there's another one like that over here.
You mean something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry?
Oh my gosh, how do you know? Nobody said anything about those.
Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book named Algebraic Number Theory, I took a wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right.
Just realized Snake is incredibly smart, but he can't read. Okay. The scaffold for the top floor goes all the way to the 4 corners of the room. Okay, I can't click on just the base of that. Okay, we did that. Braille? Ah, that is a good point, actually. I guess I forgot about Braille. This one's book on... Okay, wait. We read all these, right, then? Okay.
It's hard to keep track of this stuff.
That's a weird book, Junpei. Indian mathematics. It's kind of funny.
Why is that funny? This one's Goldbash's conjecture. Conjecture? What's that about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something?
Audiobooks, too. I don't think audiobooks were as much of a thing during this time period.
Alright, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it?
It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory.
Sorry, I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay?
Well, one other thing I should say about audiobooks. None of these people even looked to see if they had a cell phone with them. I don't know what time period this is. Well, I know they don't have cell phones, and I know that it has to be based somewhat on our time period because of the fact that we're dealing with things that have happened. And assuming that nobody immediately tried to check to see if they had a cell phone, kind of says to me that this is before cell phones were a super common thing, which I would assume would also be, before audiobooks were a thing. And that's still impressive, McGillis, but I mean, I guess we all did that with the whole Braille puzzle in Pokemon. Check that already. I need to solve that puzzle, but I have no idea where I'd begin with that. Did that. I'm just gonna go through each place.
Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome.
Wait, that's gonna be serious inheritance tax.
Hellenism.
Romanian creatures. Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair, I can't imagine they had much need of perms. That's got nothing to do with this. History of Buddhism.
History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot.
Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book.
I've had history books with titles like History of the Western World. Okay.
Oriental history. Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something.
Oh god, that hurt. Hey, Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing.
Okay, well that side's done. Their books.
Oh, look, Seven, here's a book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength.
Or just saying that because it says muscle.
This book is just called Dissection. Bookshelves must be all medical books.
From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is.
An equilibrium theory.
Human anatomy.
Regeneration of internal organs.
Go mess with the stands more.
I don't know what else I could do with them.
Are they running out of time a little while ago? We still are. Like, like, I don't have any other items that I can do stuff with. Right? Still have to search the library more. But there's nothing else I can think of doing. Unless any of you guys got any ideas for something we can do. I mean, the ones who haven't done this before, I should say.
Pythagorean theorem. This is a famous one.
Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section.
They had less than an hour in the 9-door too. Oh yeah, no, totally. We are definitely running out of time. I'm not denying that. But I mean, like, I got fucking nothing. I really just got nothing going on here. I checked all these books. Did I check all these?
Micrographia, huh?
Ah yes, Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances, and other things too, small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined, and published them in the book. I'd hazard a guess that this shelf is concerned with natural sciences.
Called paleontology. Okay. Use a different book stand? Well, here, let's go do this then. Book. Did that. Change the book. Still the same thing. Change the book again. And also notice it's selecting all of the book stands too. What about... Oh. Can't take that. Ah, fuck. What are the books? Okay, that's true. Okay, let's go search.
It's got a magic wand on it. Okay.
So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it?
You sure it's just gonna have pages inside? Smart. Whoa. Okay, that's... Wait. This one has some Native Americans on the cover. Hey, Junpei, take a look at this one. Native Americans, huh? He's got some... Whoa. Oh my god. So we have to search them.
There's a baseball in this one. Come on, Junpei, let's see what's in it.
Go on a limb here and say it's probably baseball stuff. Whoa. Alright. Well then, let's do this. Ball enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands.
Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands?
Then,
Awesome! It looks like it worked.
way to go, Junpa. Good job, buddy.
There's something projecting on the bottom.
These letters, they seem familiar. Sheldrake 5. Okay, we know where that is. 1, 2, 3, 4 for this one. Yellow book with the word. Oh, that's not it. Oops, my bad. Sheldrake on the spine of this book. Got the volume number written on the lower part of the spine. Wait, what? That's the right book, though. Do I have to do... Fuck, my bad. Do I have to do something with this? Yes. Sheldrake 5.
Sheldrake.
I read the text out loud. I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Seven and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
I grinned.
Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He had a rather interesting theory. The theory of morphogenic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance. Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did.
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. First is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
You did. Why?
Junpei's eyes narrowed.
Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
Tell you what.
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head slowly. Finally given up.
Very well. Fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor.
Junpei nodded. That, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then firmly crossed his arms and spoke.
I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper. It looked like a good deal like the one he'd shown everyone on the central staircase.
So you had 2 cards.
No, only one.
What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the non-area game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read.
And that was...
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator.
Oh. Well,
Snake nodded.
well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth but not hers?
Yeah, that does seem a little weird.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me.
Hmm.
I mean, it looks like the whole activator detonator thing was just a bluff. He's prancing around downstairs, happy as calm now that you're back.
Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were here, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why not?
Clover told me about the four-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
Snake paused and cocked his head, so he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him.
Hey, Snake.
I wasn't sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him.
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment.
Yeah.
How much do you know?
I relayed to Snake everything Clover had told him. Morphogenetic field and the experiments 9 years ago prior that had dealt with. How the experiment had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. How they played the nonary game. Told him everything. Finally, told him how a girl had died during the experiment.
Oh, she told you all that, did she?
Nick looked down. His face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body. He tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He had as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei.
At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine.
Is who did this and why, right?
Yes,
Can you tell me what happened?
Snake nodded slowly.
the people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceutical. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongu, Nagisa Nichisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Masushido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division.
Isn't that the knife man that exploded?
Mushashido was near the majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment.
Hey, Joseph. I know, Snake looks great.
Here, let me simplify it for you. Hongu designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Mushido provided the cash.
So it's Hongu, Nijisaki, Kubota, and Usashido.
I couldn't shake the sense that he had heard those 4 names somewhere before.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so.
That fat guy Cap? That could possibly be.
Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonary Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, where this control was the morphogenic field.
Uh,
Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans proceeded the same results. More people who knew the answer to a question. More people there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why? How?
uh,
The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenic fields.
but that's just a theory.
Can't bring yourself to believe it.
Not really.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongu believed in the morphogenetic field.
Snake nodded.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people. Right? That is what you're saying.
Yes.
So, how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 1,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1,000,000 people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Well, let's say, hypothetically, that there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people. What would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that, and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then?
Uh,
The person who has the power to write to the field and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these? If I thought about it for a moment.
so, the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, close enough at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that's how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the nonary project began.
Nick suddenly looked very serious.
Junbai, have you ever heard of the Gansfield experiment?
I nodded.
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? Put a pair of subjects in separate rooms, and they show one of them a picture and ask the other one what they saw.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
So, why'd you bring up the Gansfield experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongu used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise, children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped.
His face barely moved as he spoke. 9 pairs of siblings taken for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had one transmitter and one receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. Children who were put in Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. Children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Members of Group A were placed in the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongu had learned the following. 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany, the other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard, until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what's meant by epiphany. Information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, or be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. Therefore, Hongu set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. Participants had to solve each puzzle before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. More specifically, he had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic, while children in Group A were forced to play the nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongu hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. Children from Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and the puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Hongu explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. Solve them, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink and your brothers and sisters will drown. You know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It's because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts were facing. Putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems they knew the astronauts were facing. Once they had solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of Epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they'd learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage.
That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Snake sounded defeated. Oh, Snake buddy, do you ever know? This is a lot of reading. His half-hearted attempt at desertion served only to show how much the story had affected him. As Junpei was about to speak. Hi, Junpei, Snake, how much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already. Seven's voice echoed from up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if he were just waking up from a long nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here. And soon.
Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put an arm out to stop him.
Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you.
Hmm?
Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes, that is what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongu's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but saying that the news got it wrong.
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi. The sister's name was... Her name was...
Oh no, Snake and Santa's done this too, except Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. Looked as though what he was about to say brought him great pain. Wait,
Her name was Akane. That was the girl who died.
I felt as if he'd been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry and his head felt light. Couldn't think straight. Everything was blank. Had Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? If she had, then who was June? What? No, that was impossible. Couldn't be true. Kane wasn't an uncommon name. If Snake had known her last name, then that would have been a different matter entirely. They shared a name. There were many other people who did it as well. It meant nothing. Different person. Of course it was a different person. It had to be. Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, alright?
Snake raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear. Yeah, no, it's a different girl. He couldn't bring himself to ask. He told himself he knew the answer already, but couldn't bring himself to ask what the girl's last name had been. Every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. It was not June.
Sheldrake. This is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to.
But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture?
Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume.
Well, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book.
I guess we should press this button.
several reasons for hating Akane. Is the fact that she might have died 9 years ago, one of them analytical. Okay. Wasn't expecting that.
What was that sound?
It sounded like something real big was moving.
Came from the top floor.
Alright, let's go check it out. There's a keyboard in front of the numbers. There are 4 Roman numerals on the wall. It's gotta be a hint of some sort.
Good question. No. Okay, well, but I do think I know the other reason though. She's the vanilla character, so.
Those are all in the Roman numerals.
Do you think we just need to put it in the numbers from the wall on the keyboard?
No, it can't. Keyboard doesn't have any number keys. You can't type in stuff like 3 or 4.
Then that means...
I bet you gotta type something on that keyboard.
Yeah, but you can only enter letters.
And it looks like you can only enter 4 letters.
Well, let's see how it works. Just need to hit enter once you type in the letters, and erase what you type with clear. Okay, I get the basic operations. Let's give it a shot.
4 letters. Jeez, I wonder what it is. Okay, wow. Not 0. Okay, fair enough. Add them together. Fuck, I need to look up Roman numerals first. Roman numerals. Because I don't know them. Alright, Roman numerals, view image. X3, that's 13. Thirteen, 14, where's X? X is 10. And X, wait. Okay, 2 of those are the same. What's that in hexadecimal? I feel like hexadecimal is a common theme that we should try. 13, 14, 10, 13. Okay. And hexadecimal was, fuck, what was that again? 10 was A. 13 would have been 10A, 11B, 12C. E, I guess? So, B, E, A, D. There we go. Thank God you won't be streaming tomorrow. I need to catch up on sleep. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna be away.
Yay! You did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now.
Good job, Junpei.
Whoa there, don't get too excited. Password was dead, remember? This makes me think that whatever's waiting for us isn't good.
So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. You can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. Got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go. Hurry.
Oh. Alright, Handle, it's time we got this over with.
Ah! Damn it! Can't get it open. Thing won't even budge.
What? Why not? We put in the password. What else do we have to do?
And that means...
It's the other door. Alright, let's get this thing open.
I think we're all gonna need to catch up on sleep after this one. I think we all are gonna. The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through it. No sooner had they done so, than the clang of metal on metal rang out behind them. Spun around. The door had just come through, it slammed shut. Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled it with all his strength.
Ah! Damn it! Looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. Not a red light on it though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave.
Well, yeah, that might work, but
Hey, wait a minute. You saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh man. They took a second to look at the room they'd found themselves in. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. Like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who'd picked up and shaken the entire floor a few times. Pai's heart fell. Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die if that's what you'd prefer. I'd rather doubt that, however, though it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it.
uh,
Uh,
oh,
Alright then, let's begin.
God damn it. I mean, heck yes, more puzzles. Not when it's almost 3 in the morning for poor Apex and he's still awake. Oh my god. Fucking hell. This.
hey, Junpei, isn't this a nautical table?
yeah. Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah, we have. There are piles of crap everywhere.
Man, this place is a mess.
So messy, I don't know where to start.
As you had less than an hour, like 5 hours ago. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we've solved in other rooms.
If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd needed to see his plan come to fruition.
Makes sense? Pipe, great.
Look, Junpei, the rest of you looks like Elvis's face.
Yeah. How exciting.
Gosh, this desk is really big and it feels really sturdy.
Yeah, it does seem pretty heavy duty.
I suppose it belongs to whoever uses this room, wouldn't you say?
That's fair. See some sort of big machine on the other side of all this crap. Control panel in front of the big screen here. If any of these buttons do anything. Oh god. Something on the screen now.
What's this? There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them.
Let me see that. I see. Whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on or off. Gotta use that to make the all cells on the right and bottom screen.
Hey, Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You want to take a look at it? Think this might have something to do with the puzzle?
Piece of paper Clover gave me. There's a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow.
Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, it looks like we just need to make all the cells all green.
Okay. Oh, that's hex. Okay then. Okay, it's one of these. No, fuck this, I need sleep, and I press love. Yeah, but god, then again, Apex, this is all gonna be on YouTube, buddy. You don't have to stay awake through it. You'll get to see the conclusion. You probably need your sleep, man. Alrighty? It's all good. You have a good night, bud. Okay. Booping and beeping don't work, okay. me. I mean, technically it would be missing the finale, but there's going to be a copy of it, so you will still be able to see it. Ah, fuck me. Okay. Fuck me. Huh. Random pushing does it, apparently. It says lol, like, all ice. I don't know. A lot of shit's been pointing to that.
You did it, Junpei. You're so smart.
You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei.
Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me.
Oh, well, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at all this. I got the right edge of the control panel. Lid slid open, something came out. Cross emblem. Okay, I don't know what that be. Keyboard. Let's just tap a few keys to see if we can wake this thing up. Damn, no dice. Okay, so that's where I need to go once I get all these emblem things.
This monitor is part of this machine. Really dim, though. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it.
Oh, wait, what? Wait, is this gonna be... Diplog, nautical table... Nautical table from the study. Okay. So south... Fuck, what is this? Southwest, southeast, southwest, southeast, northwest, or no, northeast, east, north, and east.
Junpei, it looks like there's a compass on there.
Ah, now I get it.
What do you mean?
I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I solved a puzzle like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here.
The same thing?
The important part is this nautical table we just found. I just have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines on the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm going to use the wheel attached to the side here.
Okay then, show me now.
Of course.
There's another moment here too. Alright, Jasbo, just scream at me if I'm about to fuck it up, but we do need to see all the cute, shippy moments of Clover and Junpei. Maybe I ought to run through the Fuck the instructions. Just touch the direction I want to turn to, the compass will turn that direction. Just gotta press stop and the compass is pointing where I want it to. Betting something will happen if I can do it right.
Alright, let's do this.
So south, west, southeast, northeast, east, east, north, and then east. Nice.
Yeah, you did it, Junpei. Good boy. Who's a good boy?
Knock it off.
Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out that right side of the monitor. Just kind of slid open and something came out.
Oh, yeah.
I heard a noise, too. You know that big box behind the hall by the exit? It made a noise. Like something unlocking, you know?
Noise, huh?
That's... Yep. I don't see anything around like it'll unlock it. Probably shouldn't waste our time trying, you know? Side of the machine. Rust makes it feel rough.
Something written on these pieces of paper.
Examine the hanging monitors when you're looking at it. Looking at one of the lit screens. Okay.
Looks like we've got 3 sheets of the stuff.
Okay. Let's find these hanging monitors. Not a hanging monitor. Firstly, let's look at these new stuff. Morse code. Oh no. Fuck me. Metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes.
Alright, let's open it.
Oh, holy shit. That's pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. Coffin. Coffin. Oh, man, does Seven think... Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. Oh, why? Let this be.
I'm sorry, but what's going on?
Screen in the center of the room. Okay.
It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it.
Alright, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. And I can't bring myself to tell them.
Well, at any rate, let's have a look around.
I'll look in there in a second. Nope, not that way. Screen in the center of the room. These monitors hang down from the ceiling. Screen shows a room on the ship. Well, I thought I did it. I thought. Ventilation fans. There are metal bars over the openings, though. We can't go through them. Yeah, you wouldn't want you escaping here. See what happens when I... Whoa. Well, now we've got something on the screen, at least.
Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communications office.
Morse code.
Yeah, the dots on here look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 dots on the line list, or the first line, on the second, and 1 on the last.
Ah, I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway.
Alright, I'll try.
Be gone just for a bit. Just a bit. Alrighty, analytical. Before I do that, though, you gotta run through the instructions. Just tap the button, enter a dit. If I hold the button, I'll enter da. Once we enter our answer, we'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. You have to examine them from the angle of looking at it, at the teal screen in the middle of the room. Oh, okay, got it.
Alright, let's do this.
Well, what was... What was it? It was 2 IH. It was IH something, right?
Alright, let's give it another shot.
I don't give a damn about the instructions. I need to know what the fuck I'm answering.
Alright, let's do this.
I don't get it. Screen you can see in your foreground right now on your top screen. Yeah, the center screen. Yeah, no, I understand that, Mr. Jaspo. I'm just IHE. Okay, I'll try it. Oh, that's not it. There. Well, fuck. Oh, I clicked it by accident. Damn it. Alright, let's go get that moment first. There's some monitors hanging down from the ceiling here.
Hey, Clover, why don't you hang off those monitors?
No way! Why should I have to do something like that? Oh, I get it. You're gonna try and sneak a peek inside my underwear, aren't you?
That's impossible. How could I see inside them?
What? You pervert! You're
Whoa, hey! Lay off, alright? I'm not an old man.
you be saying you're not dirty.
Well, I understand now.
Oh my god, that was great.
Okay.
Alright, let's give it another shot.
Alright. Oh, totally. Wait, IHE. Wait. Wait, there's no way. There's no way. There's no fucking way. What? Oh no!
I see. It seems you've solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice.
How did you know?
All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machine made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere off the right of the device after you solved the puzzle. Sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made that noise?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. One more thing. I hear a noise from the back of this device. Rather like metal striking wood or something similar, I would say. Well, it's nothing we need to concern ourselves about.
Fucking coffin.
Alright, fine, I'll open it.
Pigeon Pie, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Holy shit, this is a coffin. There's gonna be something horrible in there, I just know it. Okay, okay. Deep breaths. Here we go.
Um,
Um. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, can't believe I was scared of something like that.
What do you mean nobody? Are you expecting someone to be in there?
Well, it's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime.
Um,
Well, just like that, Seven said, there's nobody in there. There is something in there, though. Well, two somethings, actually.
what is that?
Two things on the bottom of the coffin. Looks like we've got a plate with an emblem on it, and...
the Neptune key. Yes, we finally found it. Now we can get through the hallway.
That's correct, Clover, but we do need to get out of this room first, you know?
Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible.
I don't have any objections to that.
I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. Really important though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. As far as the other thing goes. Alright, and now we know what to do with them. Alright, I put in the emblems into the 4 indentations on the desk, but
Nothing's happening.
wait, what's Snake doing?
I feel symbols engraved just above each indentation. On the upper left is the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right, the cross symbol. On the bottom left, the circle symbol. And lastly, the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom right. Additionally, each symbol has to be given a number. 1 steering wheel, 2 cross, 3 circle, 4 waffle pattern. Perhaps we need to insert the emblems in this order.
That order, huh?
Alright, so first up is the steering wheel. Let's just drop the emblem of the steering wheel in here.
Whoa. Well, now we've got something on the monitors at least.
What's that?
It's like some kind of puzzle.
Wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. You touch a numbered area, that area will be selected. It will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area causes that ball to move to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all the balls, except for the red ones, which you cannot move. The digital root of all the balls in the area must match the number for that area. That's it.
I still don't really get it. Whatever, like they say, practice makes perfect. Let's give this a shot.
Don't you mean practice makes perfect?
Hey, let's see you solve the next one. Then you can make fun of me.
Okay, so I need 6 and I need 3. 6 could be 15. And 15 could be...
Definitely 1.
1, 7, and 8. Alright. Probably. That would be 8. Nope, that would just be 15. So 7, 6. No, it would have to be 7, 7. So I guess that doesn't work. If we're using 2, then 6, 7, that gives me 13. That should work. Two. There we go.
Okay, this is it. Right?
But nothing's happening.
There are still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they are all filled. Doesn't that seem likely?
Fuck me. Alright, what was the one that was next? Waffle was last. I think it's the cross next. Let's put in the emblem of the cross.
Hey, Junpei, something just... Hey, Junpei, something just showed up on the screen.
This puzzle sure looks like a lot like the last one.
Yeah, but it's more of those red balls you can't move.
Numbers for each area are different too.
Looks like it's got the same rules as the last one, though. Sure you don't want to double check that? No, I'll be fine. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot.
Isn't that a picture's worth 1,000 words?
Hey, shut it. At least I'm trying, alright?
This is true. Alright, so I can't use 1 and I can't use 9. Digital root of 1. That's 11. 3, 4, 5. What would 3, 4, 5 be? Wait, no, a digital root of 1 would be 10. So I need 3 things that add to 10. So, 5, 2, 3. 5, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. There we go.
Well, that's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left now. You can do it.
I probably cannot. 7. Okay, let's get that in.
Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Like the rules are the same, though.
Don't you think you should double check it?
Come on, this is the third time I've done this. I'll be fine. So this is,
If you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something.
shut it. Just give me a break, alright? Think of something.
Useless same. It's all good, guys. Alright, 7. I can use 2 though, so to get 7 I would need 1 and 6, so 16. So 16, 16, 16. 2, 8, and 6. 4, 5, 7. There we go.
Excellent work, Junpei. Only got one left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Junpei, or not Junpei, Snake, I'm pretty sure you ain't seeing anything. Well, this is the 4th one. This puzzle looks a lot like the last couple.
I think this is probably the last one.
Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen.
Alright. I'll solve it in no time.
Alright, so I can't use 3, 6, 1, or 9. Need to get 8 and 9. Alright, 9 would be 17. Not 17, that'd be 18. Ow. Shit. So, 18 and 9. This ain't easy. Okay. Seven, 8 would be 15. 15 and 5. Only 5 balls. That's true. E3 minimum, yeah, that means they all have to go in the same one. Good thinking. Nice. Oh, where did that noise come from? Is the keyboard?
Way to go, Junpei! Answered all the questions.
Damn, Junpei, good job. Hey, did you hear something just now?
Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe.
Picture?
The drawer was a single picture. Picked it up. The photograph of 4 men. Voluntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before. On the right was a man with a mustache, the same man they'd found murdered in the captain's quarters. He'd been wearing the number 0 bracelet when they found him. Second from the left was a man wearing glasses and a doctor's coat. He was the 9th man, the one who'd worn bracelet number 9. He'd gotten into the door fine, up alone, and met an unpleasant end. Finally, the man on the very left, the man in the pinstripe suit.
Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
Seven and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders.
What did it mean?
What was Ace doing in the picture? Perhaps more importantly, why were there the 9th man and the cap in it as well? If I looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. A smile suggested that they were close, at least to some degree. But why? How? What was the relationship between these 4 men? Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts.
You say Ace is in that picture.
Yeah. Doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace the 9th man and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also on the picture.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
No, there's one more guy. He's got some kind of long hair. He looks smart, but a little cold.
Isn't that the dude Ace murdered thinking he was Snake?
He's the only one I don't recognize.
Snake knit his eyebrows.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back.
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
I flipped the picture over. There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark.
Praying for the success of the Nonary project with Nijisaki, Kubota, Nusashido.
Honorary Project, Nijisaki, Kubota, Michisido. I immediately flipped the picture back over. That meant the four men in this picture had run the Nonary game 9 years ago. Only Hongu, who had not been mentioned on the back, which Junpei felt meant he had written those words himself. But what surprised Junpei was not his revelation, but the fact that it felt like nothing like a revelation. It felt obvious that their true identities did not come as a surprise as what Junpei found most surprising. Why then? Why wasn't he surprised? I had just discovered that Ace had run the Nonary project, but felt no spark of excitement or surprise. Nothing. Almost as if he'd already known. Game, don't you go breaking the fourth wall like that. I will kick your ass.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
I looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's face.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongu.
This is Hongu?
Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he had already known. It was as if someone had whispered into his head that yes, of course Ace was Hongu.
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were familiar. Too familiar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear that would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongu.
Oh yes, I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago you were in Building Q in Nevada. But Hongu was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongu looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. Trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice. Hi, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec? He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the four names of the project's leaders over and over to himself. Hongu, Kubata, Nijisaki, Musashido. His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed. Hongu, Kubata, Nijisaki, Musashido. He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor. Hongu, Kubata, Nijisaki, Musashido. Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it. Just be quiet. His eyes were red and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. I'm this close to remembering. This close. He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry. Hongu, Kubata, Nijisaki, Musashido, Cradle Pharmaceutical, Notary Project. Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight. Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit. This is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember.
Remember what?
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah, I remember all of it.
My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with excitement. Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Ongu. From the right, the other three are Mushido, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Nishido was the man with the cast, Nijisaki was Ongu's right-hand man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei, along with a pressing question.
How do you know all this? Come on, I told you, I finally got my memory back. No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place before you forgot it.
Seven rubbed the scar on his chin.
You really want to know? Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. Junpei as though he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take him. Welcome back, Analytical.
This is going to take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, alright? Short version, huh?
Big man pulled up his hat and scratched his head. Made a face and put his hat back on.
Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Pine Clover nodded earnestly. Seven was a lone wolf detective who valued his own code over the rule, doing what was right over doing what you were told. That was why on that fateful day he'd gone with his gut and gone to the wharf that night on a slim lead. 9 years ago, the wharf had been dark and cold and foreboding. At the time, he'd been investigating a spate of kidnappings, all of them children. They all had one thing in common: a history of visits to one particular hospital. The hospital had been under the management of Cradle Pharmaceutical, and Seven's investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little persuasion, he'd managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle Pharmaceutical. Don't worry, we have all night. Okay. Apex, you might just want to go to sleep, buddy. I'm sorry. They told him that that night a ship was set to take the children from where they were being held to a large passenger liner docked offshore. Seven had, of course, gone to the wharf. The shadows he'd searched the harbor until at last he found the ship he was looking for. A number of human shapes moving near the ship. They were men in black suits, many of them carrying large bags. Bags! There's something about the way they moved as they were carried. Be no mistake, they were human beings in those bags. You think you have a character, you think you know a character, but who did you figure out before the safe ending? That Ace was evil.
Yep. Ace, you bastard.
He had moved before he even realized he was going to. Out of the shadows he came, his gun already in hand. He heard the words "don't move," but they weren't his. He felt metal touch the back of his head. "Drop your gun," came the cold voice from behind him. "I feel you right now. I need nothing at all. I need only tie an anchor to your feet, and doubt anyone will see you for perhaps a week or so." "Is that what you'd like?" Fisher would be thankful for the meal. The words, he felt the cold metal thing behind him press against his skull. Slowly, Seven crouched down and laid his gun on the ground. Then suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Needle. Some sort of drug? As he was thinking about that, Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. Feel the chill of it seeping into him.
God damn it.
It hurts. Seven woke up to find himself lying on a hard floor. Twisted his neck to peer around the room. Where am I? Wait, is this the exact story that we already heard? With no stall or privacy of any sort. Cop, it was a place Seven had seen all too often. In a cell, huh? Opposite the toilet was a door set into the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled. He gave the door a good shove, then another, then tried pulling it. Didn't open. That was about what he'd expected. Likely that someone would put him in a cell only to leave it unlocked. Up against the door a few times, but to no avail. Wait, Seven grumbled to himself as he moved back toward the bed. He sat down. Yeah, no, we have heard this Apex, but I'm betting that when it stopped before, we're gonna keep going. Sat there for a very long time. How long he wasn't sure. Last he began to nod off and had fallen asleep when he was roused by a distant voice. Yeah, they definitely have added details. It's over. It's 9. Voice is far away. Very far away. Stefan couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, it was a voice, and a high one. Most likely a child. His eyes shot open. Hurry over here, King. He listened, he could pick out several different distinct voices. Or at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? He looked around the room frantically. Perhaps the door? No, that wasn't it. What go out? Is it coming from the left? Is it coming from under the bed? He grabbed the bed and flipped it up with ease. There it was. There was a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been, covered with a metal grate. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything. It was too dark. Now that he'd found it, however, there could be no doubt. The source of the voices. But the short version now hears the glorious read the manga ending. That's gonna be it, though. For a moment, he was confused. Why were there children nearby? Then he remembered what the man from Cradle Pharmaceutical had told him. How his ship would take the kidnapped children from the wharf to the waiting passenger liner out in the ocean. 7 on that passenger liner? Didn't matter. What mattered is that he had to find a way to the children. 7 looked at the metal grate. Could he fit through that hole? He stuck his fingers through the grate and grabbed hold of it.
Ugh. Ah. Yeah, how do you like that, you son of a bitch?
Dark square sat open before him. Seven wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. The first section of the duct was small. Seven could do little more than wiggle along his belly. After time, however, it got a little larger, and even someone as large as Seven was able to crawl along his hands and knees. It felt like he'd grown from an inchworm to an insect. An improvement, but it was better than nothing. He began to wonder where the duct would take him when. There was a thunderous sound like a massive metal door slamming shut. Then he heard a voice. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incineration immediately. Pete, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. The voice wasn't harsh, but something about the calm with which it spoke made it even more terrifying. I wasn't sure what it meant, but incinerator certainly didn't sound good. Almost as if to confirm his suspicions, he heard a chorus of young voices.
No! Help me!
Many of the voices were simply screaming in terror, mixing with one another to create a single horrifying howl.
Damn it. What the hell's going on here?
Then began to crawl along the duct as fast as his arms and legs would carry him. The noise he made was tremendous, but he was long past caring. A few moments later, a metal door appeared on the left side of the duct. Seven could hear the screams of the children from the other side of it. This was it. He grabbed hold of the handle and threw the door open. The old metals gave way easily before his onslaught.
What the hell is this place?
The room he was looking out into had a dome for a ceiling and 9 equally sized walls. On top of the dome was an upside down funnel. It was almost like a chimney. Then he looked down. There they were. The children he'd been looking for. He stared up at Seven, their cries silenced for the moment by surprise and fear. Whether they were scared of the room or him, Seven couldn't tell. Oh my god, wait, if that means Junpei's 7... Wait, what? Is it possible that the June that we have currently is actually Santa's sister without Santa realizing it? It was certainly possible that they were frightened of both.
Not that I could blame him running into a mug like this when they were already scared shitless.
Permitted himself a short snort of a laugh, then turned to the children again.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys.
Not a single one of them moved, except for one. The boy, slightly older than the others in a private school uniform.
Wait, isn't that Santa? Who the hell are you?
Spooky took a tentative step forward and gave Seven a suspicious look.
I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The moment the words were out of his mouth, he could see the children relax.
How are you gonna help us?
The boy in the uniform asked.
Where's the exit? Seven responded. There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there.
Cut himself off, considered something, and then continued.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death.
Can't you hear it?
That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. Wait, I don't know who's talking anymore. Voice spoke again. Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. They only had 15 minutes. Seven looked back down at the children. Good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. There's no way he could pull the children up. That's when he had an idea.
Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back. What?
Where is he going? The likelihood of House Santa being 0 and not knowing about June seemed unlikely.
I guess.
I don't know. Just gonna leave us here? Seven did his best to smile. What he felt was a reassuring smile.
Don't worry, alright? I'll be back, I promise. So stay calm and wait right there, got it?
Didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. Ran as fast as the man could run on his hands and knees. Before long, he was back in his cell. Back where he had started, but he had a plan. Something there that he needed. When he was finished, he dove back into the duct and took off toward the incinerator.
Sorry to keep y'all waiting, guys.
In and out of the door in the duct, Seven lowered the rope he'd brought to the floor of the incinerator. Back in the cell, he'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. Like Seven himself, it wasn't very attractive, but it got the job done.
Alright, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time. Right.
Huh? Wait a sec. When he noticed.
There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of y'all go?
The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left. What? You're telling me you opened that door? That's what I said. What the hell are you doing here? We couldn't go with them. Why not? Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door.
We don't have time for this. Automatic incineration will take place in 5 minutes. Voice reverberated against the walls of the room.
Look, that can wait, alright. Just get us out of here.
Right. Wait, what? Seven grabbed a hold of the rope. First up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was the girl with a red necktie, followed by a boy in a jacket who'd said he'd climb up on his own. Last up was the boy in the uniform. Like the boy in the jacket, he climbed up the rope himself. Looked scrawny from above, but his looks belied impressive strength. He scaled the rope quickly, but as he was almost to Seven, they heard the sound of someone knocking. All eyes turned to the door. Cut into it was a thick, square hollow. On the other side, they could see a furious face.
God damn it, what's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
The door opened and a man stepped in, half mad with fury. Seven recognized his face. He'd seen him many times in photos during his investigation. The man's name was Gentaro Hongu, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongu saw the boy hanging from the rope,
Drag!
roared like an animal and lunged for the rope.
Hurry. I know.
The boy in the uniform resumed his scramble up the rope.
You son of a bitch, get back here, you little shit.
He was 15 feet away. 10. The moment he came within arm's reach, Seven grabbed the boy in the uniform. With a jerk, he tossed him into the duct behind him.
Gah! No!
Hongu had lost any semblance of control. His face no longer looked human. It turned into something terrifying. Visage of the devil or a ferocious monster. Seven quickly reeled in his rope, leaving a furious Hongu on the floor of the room and crawled back into the duct.
You fucking bastard. You won't get away with this. How dare you compromise this experiment?
What experiment? Seven wondered. Fuck the angry man. Let him burn.
Automatic incineration will take place in 1 minute.
Hey, old man, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up.
The boy in the uniform. Seven tossed Hongu a taunting salute and pulled the door close. There was no point to going back to Seven's cell, so they continued down the duct in the other direction. After 30 feet or so, another duct met theirs, heading down. They nodded at one another, then turned and slid down the duct. A short time later, they crawled out of the duct to find themselves in a narrow hallway. There was a door on each side of it. The one on the left was a normal double door, but the one on the right was a familiar thick metal door with black and yellow stripes and a device next to it on the wall. On the door was a plate that read incinerator. Then, that's where we were.
Yeah.
We might still be there. Looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there? Yeah, that's not good.
Ugh. Seven grunted.
Fine, the other door. Go into the other door, hurry.
Children began to run, with Seven following close behind them. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase.
Run, Seven shouted.
Didn't need to be told twice. Up and up they went. Their feet pounded against the steps and their arms churned in the air. Round and round they went, like a human tornado. The stairway kept going. They passed a couple of rooms that looked to be dance halls when the boy in the uniform spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Kane.
My kid's sister.
Wait, what? Oh, wrong thing.
My kid's sister. Girl with the red necktie.
Kane, that was strange. I didn't remember seeing that name in the list of children who'd gone missing.
Hi, Kane.
He cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled. There was no response.
Maybe we outran her.
Suddenly, the boy in the uniform stopped short. Seven stopped too, as did the boy in the jacket and the ponytailed girl.
When did we do that? Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here.
Maybe she took a rest on one of them.
No, it's impossible. Sorry, Grandpa, you keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
Turned to go.
Hey, kid, wait. God damn it, I said wait.
The boy didn't even seem to hear him. Fuck, Seven spun around and yelled to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail.
I'm going after him. You two keep going, alright? You got it.
The girl nodded and began to run up the stairs. The boy, however,
I'm going with you.
Seven didn't have time to argue, instead he simply nodded and took off down the stairs. The boy back and followed. They ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Kane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
The boy in the uniform couldn't hide his frustration.
Help me, somebody help me.
It was a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway that faced the incinerator. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed. Seven couldn't believe what he saw. This crazy bitch. Angu had grabbed Akane by the arm and was doing his utmost to force her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to. Let me go. Please, let go of me.
She had planted her feet squarely on the floor and was doing her best to get away, but Hongu was much larger than she was. He wasn't going to win.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform shouted. He roared with anger and charged toward Hongu.
You came back!
Huh, you're too late, idiot.
Hongu lifted Akane bodily from her feet and threw her struggling into the incinerator.
Ah!
Before Seven or the boy in the uniform could react, Hongu leapt through the door after her. Saw him land inside. Fucking Hongu. The door slammed shut with the finality of a great steel guillotine. Two of them ran to the door. They pulled and strained, trying desperately to get it open.
Ah! Fuck, it's no use. The goddamn thing won't move an inch.
The boy in the uniform cried out and began to slam his fists against the door. He did it with such force, Seven feared his knuckles would shatter from the impact.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
Help me.
Her voice was muffled by the door, but the sheer terror it was in was unmistakable.
What should I do?
I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Hongu?
He went out the other door.
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Pete, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Evan was at a loss. Same damn thing.
Are you there?
Connie's voice sounded close to tears.
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
You'd have seen the bloodless face of the boy in the uniform. His words would have seemed like little more than a slick joke. Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes.
Please, please help me. I'm really scared. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise.
You hear muffled sobs from the other side of the door. The boy in the uniform tightened his fists. His knuckles were a bloodless white. Evan could tell that he was holding back tears of his own. It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited. Waited. Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor. Come on, man, put yourself in my shoes. Doesn't end good. Think I wanted to remember that?
Then,
Yeah. Shit, if I'd known it was gonna be like this. Almost wish I hadn't remembered. Seven shook his head. There was something Junpei had to know.
Hey,
Wrong.
hey, are you sure?
Aw.
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's this something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, that girl Akane really...
Seven stared straight ahead at nothing. Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended. They heard something burning. Wait. Even after the fire stopped, they couldn't move. Seven and the boy in the jacket simply stood where they were, frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed, falling to the floor in a jumble of limbs like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Minutes passed. A door opened. The boy in the uniform ran in, stumbling over his own feet. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed, still too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made Seven's lungs feel like they were on fire. Air shimmered with heat. Middle of the room beneath the waves of heat. There it lay. The boy in the uniform walked toward it, his legs shaking violently. Seven couldn't see his face, but his body looked somehow empty. Finally, he reached it. The boy collapsed into his knees, legs no longer able to support.
Ah!
I felt a cold lump form. Sickening anticipation washed over him. I feel his body shivering. Desperately did not want to know the answer. He already knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
I ask you one more thing.
What?
The girl, Akane, what was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please.
Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue over to his dry lips. Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki. And apparently June's dead. Okay, June's a ghost. Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. Just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake. You were there that day, weren't you? Tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, I was. You are correct, Detective.
Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away, he could hear Seven and Snake talking.
Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! Really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot. I was in Nevada in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Fry seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
Alright, let me ask you another question. He stuck his hands in his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again. And his real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes, I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother, but I didn't know he was Santa, at least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice was entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
A short time ago, Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects for the initial experiment. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi. Akane Kurashiki, June's brother. A spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Pipe linked. It's back.
There's still a lot we don't know. Like a lot. But there's one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man, what kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack.
Well, if he is, the three murder sense, then don't they? Yeah, that's right, murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. Why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct and the body in the shower room was Nagisaki's, that means all the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary project.
Yeah, these guys need to learn their time management. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Saki, Anku's assistant. Mushashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Junpei didn't think he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at this sudden knowledge, even begun to accept it.
If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? Pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded.
The next target will be Gentaru Hongu.
The person who planned the notary project.
In other words, ice.
There was a moment of silence. And then the room shook. Far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
Well, what the hell's going on here? Well, it's about time the whole wasting time thing caught up with them.
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit.
Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
In the drawer that had held the picture was a keycard. I grabbed it.
Betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
We material has been added. Okay. Keycard 0. Let's just get the fuck out of here. Can we? Please. Alright, let's just swipe this card.
Junpei, look! It's unlocked!
Yeah, now we can go back to the library.
Hurry up, Junpei, we don't have time. Let's go.
Alright, let's go.
Trying to go. Guys aren't letting me. Alright, fucking run, team. We're in trouble. Oh, damn, where's your YouTube? It's linked below. It is linked below the stream. Door opened and he stumbled into the library. Shaking head stopped, but they knew the danger hadn't passed. They ran across the hallway straight for the larger middle door. You found it! Yep. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader. They slid the keycard through and the door rumbled open. Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Pi reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran toward it. The key he had put into the lock was the Neptune key. He turned it. The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque. It read Incinerator.
So this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
There ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Junpei ran up to it.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it.
As he spoke, he pulled the lever. Let's not get incinerated now. Monitor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. No time to waste. Since the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Then suddenly, there before them, were the four who had parted from them. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted. Happened. Pi ran toward June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, she could barely hear her.
Junpei, you get me.
Of course I did. I promise.
I'm so glad, Tree. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over weakly. I could feel his heart breaking.
Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling good. A lot better now, though.
You sure?
Yes. I just need to. Sure, I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about
Looking towards Santa, Junpei turned to look at Soel. Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips. Seven shook him.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
And now we're in this situation again. God damn it.
Ace!
He did indeed have the revolver in his hand, pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. Dare speak. Sweat on her forehead, and with her eyes weren't flickering up to the gun just against her. They seemed to be desperately want to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongu, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical.
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace sneered.
You have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. You have any idea how much I've suffered? Even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Pi's voice was casual. At least it was trying to be.
Hmm, another irritating insect. And how do you know that?
I couldn't say, he just knew. Another unexplainable mystery.
No matter. You don't want to answer? Makes no difference to me. It's a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed at a small indentation in the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner. Beeped, and he force-loaded his hand onto it as well. Then at last he reached into the pocket of his jacket, pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the red. The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9. It had belonged to the first man to die, Kubota. May I ask why Ace is doing this? I think to survive.
I believe I've won this game.
The smirk made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, but the way he'd spoken. Did Ace not know who Zero was? His eyes flickered towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. I wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure if it isn't either. What did Santa have up his sleeve this time?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye.
White. Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it.
What? What? Why isn't it opening?
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but the last second he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red. He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red, and then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? The digital root should be 9. It has to be 9. Why? Why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red. Seven chose that moment to act. Moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace.
Ah!
Clobbered him. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain.
Ugh.
Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace.
That was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it. Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy. Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. What, after he did 9 years ago? I'd rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago. Ah, then you must be.
Yeah, you finally figure it out? Dumbass. Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face.
Ace. Killed Kubota, Jisaki, and Mushido.
Wait, Nijisaki.
Stared at Junpei, genuinely confused.
Oh, right. You don't know yet. Alright, we'll just go through them in order then. Start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. Killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In honor game, number 9 was dangerous. Whoever had the number 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Add 9 to any number, the digital route wouldn't change. In other words, number 9 could do whatever they wanted. Ace had wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. Ace also wanted to have the number 9 bracelet himself so that he could make use of its power. In fact, he later made use of it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number had been different,
Kubota presented a problem for Ace. Kubota had known Ace's past. He knew what would happen 9 years ago. Before he told anyone, Ace had to silence him. Wait a second, wouldn't he have not been able to recognize Kubota, though? When was Ace supposed to guess Seven was a detective? I don't know. 4. Last and perhaps most disturbing, Ace had used Kubota as a test. Wanted to see how serious this non-art game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? Mr. Kubota to break the rules so that he might see what happened.
That was why you killed.
Oh,
That was why you killed Kubota. He was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. Everyone was off looking for the missing part for the red. You ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because when you met him, he was just like Snake. That's why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not. That was Nijisaki? Why? How did.
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid. Presence made you
one of my subjects 9 years ago. Probably hates me. If that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Being quiet because he can't see? Perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Retries anything?
So when you decided you had to kill him. Weapon was Kubuta's bracelet. You just wasted over the red. Verified your own number, then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. Or Nijisaki was dead.
Then you mean to say Snake is still alive? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say that I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much. Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-derision. Horizon? Frustrating. Junpei kept his emotion in check and continued.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. Clover and I were investigating the shard room. He came over to talk to me. Remember what you said?
Oh, pocket watch. Take a look at it.
Did you the pocket watch and you left?
Ace had been in charge of the Nonary project. He would of course have known the solution to every puzzle. It followed then that he knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All Ace had to do was place the pocket watch and the indentation on the door to unlock it. The door opened, and he was able to enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. It was an axe that fairly begged Ace to kill Musashido with it. He picked up the axe and swung it, burying the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took. Afterwards, Ace returned to the art room as though nothing had happened. Something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Come with me for a moment. Not to, Junpei had followed Ace to the wheelhouse. To the wheelhouse, he slipped his hand in his vest. Another piece of paper. Paper Junpei had used to cheat during the vote. A piece of paper that Ace was after. His true purpose had been to slip the pocket watch into Junpei's pocket. Very good plan. Far too many flaws, and the wrong word of discovery could have hobbled it. But it made Ace so desperate. That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out.
Musashido's murder. What I don't understand. He obviously did it, but why?
Because of this.
Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something. A folded piece of paper. This is what it said. Number 1. Ways you might survive this ordeal. First is to win the nonary game. Second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. Images captured by that camera will be streamed through the satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Confess everything. Ship. make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. Zero.
When I awoke in that room on D-deck, I found that in my pocket.
Uh,
That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least that was the plan. Fortunately for me, I got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
meant to kill him from the beginning then? Sushido, I mean.
I only knew Mushishido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he'd only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state, confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you were correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to the so-called witness.
Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left of him with the truth, and he sagged on his knees. Though he confessed, his sins were not forgiven. I felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet. But in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. I spoke quietly.
Ace. Figured it out. We're being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. There were Reds in the large hospital room. Saki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Shido was delirious from anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Saki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. Quite ashamed of myself. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap, and I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted to do.
Yeah. By manipulating Ace, Zero was able to kill 3 people who pulled off his own hands. All this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this non game happened.
Ace or Zero? Ace, by far. Ace is the direct cause of everything.
Am I right, Santa?
I looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any.
I ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, guess I should call you Aoi Kirishiki, huh? Seven's face was sad as he spoke. My memory came back, kid. You're Aoi Kirishiki. No doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess it's all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the honorary game this time around was Zero. Zero's you. It's gonna be June.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. There's one thing. No, I guess there's 2 things you got wrong. Number 1, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what? Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant. Like a secretary. But an assistant only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders. Then, Zero, who is? Calm down there, Junpei. Can I say 2 things? Made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said.
All this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this honorary game happened.
But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only. There's another reason you guys were playing the honorary game. Save someone. Save someone. Right. We're brought here to help my sister. Save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about?
Kane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there, I saw it.
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he spun around toward Junpei followed his gaze. He was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing. When I said I hated June, I swear to God, is June trying to kill all of them?
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Kane Kurashiki?
Seven began to mumble as to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something he couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the sides of his head.
Ah, my head. My head. It feels like it's gonna pop.
He groaned and fell to his knees. Seven, what the hell is going on?
I don't know. I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode.
Somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. Words were calm and measured.
What was the Nonnery Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. The project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? Two organisms to communicate with no other in the absence of physical contact. Morphogenetic field theory. Human beings use these visible fields to exchange information. That was what this experiment was conducted to. There were two separate locations. One was the gigantic, and the other was a building in the Nevada called Building Q. Building Q had been built to replicate exactly the interior of the gigantic. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the gigantic. Transmitters were put in Building Q and the receivers were put on the gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Annie was a transmitter. Should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason she was placed on the gigantic with the receivers like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the gigantic. I think I've told you enough. Get it, don't you? Pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei. What is going? Play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Surprised when you found out Ace was Hongu? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it? Well, that's...
The answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. Simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures then? Imagine a river that splits in two. An upside down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom. Single stream. Branches. Flows in one direction. Never flow backwards. Information is the same way. Past the future, but never flows backwards. That's why people at the river's source in the past never know about those downstream in the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from. I know what happens on either fork of the river. People on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, ninth letter of the alphabet. I am also 0. That's not true. Not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0.
Where did she go? June. No, Akane. Where did you go?
Santa!
Why is Clover... Oh shit.
Freeze.
Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Like he turned the tables on Ace, though. Or how he likes having a gun to his head.
Get up.
Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting any kind of fight. I don't think I would either, but just looks trained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but
What's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
can't get through any numbered doors with just two people. Thinking.
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. Time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it? Give us? What does that even mean? Shit, they're out. I think Seven's having a bit of a problem of his own. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. All looking at me. Seven's headache is gone. Alright. Guess there's no harm in trying. If this door still opens.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
You mean we're trapped? So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa? Well, what the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now. No. No, you can't be serious.
Oh, but he is. Shit, we've got to do something. Maybe we can still get out through the door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright, we can do this. I've just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. 5 of us can't open this door. Is there any combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm gonna need them. Ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Huh? A man. Doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that.
Alright, at least Seven's got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see.
Shit.
And there's no other way. Lotus. Looks like she'd figured it out, though. And this is just too cruel.
It's okay. Go.
Lotus. Come on, you know we can't do that.
No, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot.
Well, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did.
Without... you're not. Look, it'd be bad, alright?
Robbie sure doesn't have much confidence.
Bad.
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Huh.
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, alright? End of story.
7.
He's right, I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You don't honestly think I'd abandoned you, did you? You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however,
However,
I doubt we'd be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace. I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess that what he was attempting to do earlier at the Red.
oh yeah.
No!
What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9. It has to be 9. Then why isn't it opening? Just to see, why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Yes, that is what I said.
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
Think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell that we could get to that hole 7 out of 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it. This is it. This is the end. You mean originally he escaped with Ace, Santa, Lotus, and June? I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums, I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. With morphic field set, we were resonant, one as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him and we became one. Inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years into the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in two realities at once. One was the present, and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as two movies showing on the same screen, at the same time. Eventually, it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here. That was my brother, Aoi. He was screaming.
I followed him.
Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age. Come on, hurry up. We ran down a long straight hallway and then burst into a large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. Two of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. 2 hours since the non-game began. We were starting to fall apart. Just as all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake. Hello, everyone. Yes, could you come over here for a moment? He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. Lights died down, and we gathered around him. I have a little sister. She's very important to me. Right now, she's over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover. Today is her 9th birthday. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were the 9 4-leaf clovers. I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of very specific plants as well is difficult. My sister means a great deal to me. I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. It's her 9th birthday. I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off the ship. You understand? We're going to do that. There are 3 things you have to remember. Trust and love. We need to have faith in one another. We can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Do you know what the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean? Faith, trust, love, and luck. Those words are leaf words. So if you understand what I've told you, and you understand, and I want each of you to have one of these, Just realized I probably should have done this. I had a promise between friends. He gave a clover to each of us. He took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single four-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say. And don't ever forget, as long as you have that, we will always be connected. Understand? Finish the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. For After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with number 9 on it. Back, there were 2 doors with 9 on them. Found them in the chapel. Split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was only 1. There's only 1 door. That meant only 5 people could escape. What are we going to do? There aren't any other doors. I began to panic. And as if things had not gotten bad enough already. Apex, I think he just meant that the visual novel itself wasn't canon. Like the events depicted, not necessarily the name. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. What? What's happening? What did that thing say? Didn't sound good. My brother Aoi swallowed hard and answered. It means this room is gonna burn. Burn. Plaque on the door says incinerator. That voice said that the incineration is about to start. Incinerate means to burn. No! Help me! Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. The rest happened just like 7 had said it would did. 4 of us who'd stayed behind were saved by 7. Crawled through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down the hall. Came out on the other side of the door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. Went through these and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, brother Aoi, Snake, and 7. The other children, the ones who'd gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I hear them cheering each other on. Ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I stopped, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized. No, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present? Wait, what? I knew I had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then I had dropped it as we slid out. I had to go back, I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. It would stop me. I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, room that connected to all the other areas of the ship. Then hid in the shadows, and moments later I felt a run of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down.
Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically. There it is. It was just as where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back towards the stairs and freedom, the door to the incinerator opened, and a man stepped out. It's Hongo. Intaru Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace. Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back. His smile made my blood run cold. Assuming the game is canon in Apex, then yes, his name is Light. Mechanical, someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth. Must continue the experiment. I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. Felt Hongu's hand close over my left wrist. I said, come with me. There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. Pulled as hard as I could. No, I don't want to. Let me go. Let go of me. I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongu. Stop struggling, goddammit. Do as I tell you. He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed. Help me, somebody help me. And suddenly, Kane. The door of the stairs flew open. My brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake. Kane, cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo. Came back, I cried out. You're too late, idiot. Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. Ah. The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother. His fists clenched. Those fists never reached Hongo. Old heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me menacingly, his face registering that there was an object there, not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red and sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. Doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. Said nothing at all and walked past me as I thought where I was nothing more than a rock by the roadside. Minutes later. The double door slid shut as well. Faintly I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with the 9. Akane! Akane! Are you okay? I hear a voice from the other side of the door. A reed frightened voice. Help me! My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room. What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here. Where's Hongu? He went out the other door. What? Then it started again. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Holy shit, man, I knew what it was going to say, but that was one hell of a creepy voice.
Knew it!
Where the fuck is the... And now we're back in the present, okay.
It's starting.
Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck. Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that. It's not 9 years something. You're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. What in God's name are you talking about? You aren't making any sense.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have the time to explain it right now. I promise I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
But automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn.
What kind of idiot do you think I am? Know what incinerate means?
Well,
God damn it. Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about it whenever you want. You have to do something for me.
Michael, Jesus Christ, I hope you didn't stay up all night.
7. Figure this out.
What? What, me?
Shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button. There isn't anything like that. How the hell did you know?
She did have 2 kids, yes. Nona, and then there was the other kid.
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. Floor, it's moving. What? What else can I say about it, but
What the hell is that?
what else could I say, but what is that? Floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. It kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. About the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more took their place and forced myself forward. Here's the puzzle that actually spawned this game. Wait, what? Finally, I reached it. Looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass drenched in tears. All I could see on the screen is a reflection of my own face. Her other kid was named? No, she didn't say her other kid was named Light. Yeah, that's your memory. She didn't say that one.
Looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Hey, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay.
Wait, are we solving this puzzle to change the past?
Yeah, man, I wish that thing would just shut up.
Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes.
Alright, back to this thing. It's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Hey, move.
Yeah. Hey, we're all tense, lady. That doesn't mean you have to shove people around.
Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen though. This is bad. This is really bad. There's nothing on here. How are we supposed to do anything with it?
Or just push buttons. I'm sure that will. Huh, only it's done now. It's on the screen though. That's Sudoku.
what is this?
What the hell?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
Got a bunch of numbers scattered across a 9x9 grid. Numbers range from 1 to 9.
You think that if we solve this puzzle,
Incinerator will stop. Yeah, we can hope, right?
Alright, puzzle, how do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again. Automatic incineration will take place in 13 minutes. I hope you're ready to help me then, McGillis, because I hate Sudoku. Shit, 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. Stared at the puzzle on the screen. Sure, I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. Mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from it. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen. My cheek felt hot as tears poured over. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
Muffled, I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face. A frightening, evil face. It was Hongu. He'd been watching me. I don't know what to do. yelling, but his voice was still muffled. Well, really? I suppose I might as well tell. Solve the puzzle on that machine. Laughter was muffled by the door, but still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. Bit my lip and glared at Hongu, struggling to hold back hot tears. You're a terrible person. I hate you. My, how could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? Not very nice. Quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. Left you a way out. A way out? Didn't you hear me? It was solve that puzzle. That, you can stop the incinerator. Point of stopping it. Capture me and make me do this all over again. I don't listen to you. Just gonna throw me back in here. I might as well just die now. Goodness. Listen to anything I've said. Told you I'm a fair man. Solve the puzzle. The verification function of the red will turn activate. Experiment to deliver valid results. Must be a chance of success. Indeed, you will escape. Verification function of the red. I remembered. Before Hongu left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red. Ah, so you do remember. Now there are 2 numbers in the red. First is 1, second is 3. Hey, Connie, what's your... Down at my left hand. The face of my bracelet showed a 5. I ran to the door with the 9 on it. Grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel. Really aren't one for listening, aren't you? I hear Hongo's muffled voice from across the room. I already told you, didn't I? Solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. Can't enter your number? What kind of fool are you? The game would not have been made had it not been for this one puzzle. Jesus. Why are you doing this? I could never understand. I'd like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle. Can't. I don't know how. Of course you don't. Is that the point? Understand, don't you? Morphogenic field and find the solution. I can't. Die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it'll be very painful. His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it. Automatic incineration will take place in 10 minutes. I was crying great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. Good night, Michael. I hope that you survive school. Or wait, is Apex going to bed? Good night, Apex, if you're going to bed. Yeah, you guys need to sleep. I feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the empty monitor. I just can't, there's no way. Figure this out? What am I gonna do? I didn't know. No! I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was gonna die. My palms were sweating and my blood was boiling in my veins. Hot, so hot. I couldn't breathe. My heart roared in my chest and it would pound itself into pieces. I reached into my pocket, wrapped my hand around the thing I was back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. I had that. Held it tight with both hands and prayed. Help me, Jumpy. Help me. Jumpy! 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 Please, help me, Jumpy.
Akane! Akane!
The hell is Akane?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up.
Evan and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me. I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here?
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me, Akane? Say something!
Fuck. Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit.
Akane, answer me. Akane.
Jumpy? I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course, but I'd heard it so clearly. He was right there. Jumpy! I screamed as loud as I could. Immediately I heard him call back.
Akane.
Jumpy! That's her. She's there. That means.
Akane, are you in an incinerator right now?
Yes, I am. How did you know? Now I understand what Santa meant. Right, there's only one way to help her. We're brought here to help my sister. Save Akane. I get it now. Automatic incineration will take place in 7 minutes. Jumpy! We don't have time! As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it.
I do. I get everything now. At last I finally understand what all this means. I know why the nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It's all for this moment. All this was planned out to lead to this one moment. My god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is... Zero is... Kane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. Tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do, even if this is all some sort of insane plan. I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her no matter what. Automatic incineration will take place in 6 minutes. Jumpy?
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die, I promise. Don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay. My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. Felt like my heart was on fire. It took minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way. Hey, what are you?
Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now let's have a look at this thing. Got numbers all over the screen. Looking at this right, you're gonna need to fill in all the empty squares with other numbers from 1 to 9. I can't use the same two numbers in any horizontal or vertical row. Same has to go for the 3x3 square with the thick lines around them. Means I need to put different numbers in the horizontal and vertical rows, as well as the 3x3 spaces. I think that's the rule here.
Alright, bring it on. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
Alright, let's fucking do this, because I can't Sudoku. What? Why does it have to be upside down? Why is that a thing? Well, we're gonna go ahead and just use a little something. Um, to represent the past and the future. Might want to flip the emulator? Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Fuck. Okay. Set up. There we go. Meant to be like this because it was using the DS to tell a story. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh well, I mean, we can still fake things. Kinda cheating, but okay. It was on a DS, we could have flipped it over. I'll consider this fair. Done. Holy shit, McGillis, seriously? Alright, well tell me what to do then. Yeah, no, if you had the hardware, you could totally just flip the 3DS upside down and play it. That makes complete sense. Not if you consider the analog sticks. That analytical, I don't know what you mean by that. Or D-pad, I forget. You don't need to use them. Yeah, dude, like the thing was played on a touchscreen. Yeah. Also, hi, S-Scout. How's it going, man? What's up? I hope you're good at Sudoku, because I'm not. It just fills it. Get all 3 by zones correct. Okay, so I only need to do the 3x3 zones then? Okay, well the first line I can do is right here. Seven's being box. 8's being used. But 3. 3's not being used. Oh wait, 3's already in the line though. Shit. 9, I guess then? I've seen the numbers come up on screen back a few dozen dialogues ago. Okay, fair enough. Okay, what can we do here? Well, we got 9. Got that. What's not used in here? I guess 7 and 8. 7, 8. Okay, so that line should be done. Fuck. Okay, well one of these has to be a 9. I note that. 6 nuts isn't used in that line. There. There. Sixth row, 7 column. 6th row, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 column. For 7, 6. Okay. 6. 31 for top left. Got this man already figuring out fast enough. Aw, thanks, you scout. I'm like, fuck, this is not easy though. Oh wait, no, you said use 3. Sorry, my bad. Okay, what's the only last number that could be missing? 5, 2, 8, 7, 4, 3, 1. 1 and 2 is being used. What's not being used in that? 6 being used there? Being used? No, wait. I already used 3 there. Yeah, 6 and then 3. 6 and then this is 3. That should be it. Okay. Top row. We're missing 1, missing 3, and we're missing not 9. What is the last thing we're missing? 5. Bottom row, second number 5. Okay. The let's screenshot Let's Play I'm looking at disagrees on its difficulty. What, it says it's easy? Ah, fuck that. This shit's hard. Your Let's Play can go fucking suck a chode or something. Hey, positive. Top row 3169. Okay. 3, 1, 6, 9. As for the puzzle itself, we actually have a pretty easy Sudoku that it needs to be for accessibility reasons and all, but I find it to be a bit of a shame, really. Like, I've seen ones outright intended for non-psychic children that are harder than this. Yeah, but dudes, oh, okay, that's what the Let's Player says, but yeah, it's fucking hard. Stream been going all night? Yes, it has been positive. We're beating this fucking game. 7th row, 5th column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 and 2 there. Last row is number 1. Wait, what do you mean there? I did say it need to be like this for accessibility reasons. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Alright, 3rd row. 6, 3, 5, 1, 7, 4. Okay, we're doing pretty good, I think. I'm not sure. We got one of them right at least. Built a nice and easy puzzle so we don't have any. But I can get why I kind of had trouble with it though. She is 12, so probably never seen this. Yeah, fair enough. Bottom row has 1 number left. Okay. It only has 1 left. Okay. What else can we do here? What else can be filled in? I guess that row I should look at next. 8 can work in either of those, so let's go ahead and put the 8 here. 4th row, 2, 4. Okay, let's do this then. 2, 4, 5, 9, 8, 1. Little cubes on the other screen are lighting up. You're doing it right. They are, but they're showing as pluses. I don't know if that means it's right. Are we telling like this or letting you do it on character building or some shit? I don't mind. I think, like, as long as we're working on it together, I think that's the important thing. As long as you're not, like, reading it off of something. But I'm fine with us working together as a team to do this. If it wasn't 4 a.m. That's a good point, too. 9, 3, 4, 1. Okay, what's the only number that's missing? There's 2 of them. 5. 5 is a possible one. I think this is 5. 8, 6, 4. Bottom middle square from top to bottom. Wait, what? Bottom middle square from top to bottom. Left to right. From top to bottom. Left, right. So 8, 6, 4. Fully drained, charged, and drained my laptop on the stream. Yep. 7th row. Okay. I've got the entire grid on another tab because of that Let's Play. I'm just gonna shut up. All good game. 4, 8, 6. We got those. 5, 7. What else do we have? This one. That's gonna be... We need a 9 still. So this has gotta be a 9. This last one, what's this one gonna be? 1? Yeah, it's 1. Isn't it? Oh no, we have fucking multiples of 9. What's wrong with me? But that is 1. That's definitely 1. What's the last box that we don't have in there? Not 5. Not 4. 3? We already have 3 somewhere else. No, we have 3. What am I saying? 1, 2, 5, 6. Yep. 7. Yeah, it's 7. Okay, I'm an idiot. I'm gonna say I'm done helping, but you're struggling so hard. Yeah, I'm not a Sudoku person. Not in the slightest. I know I want to fill these 2 in though. What do we got here? Okay. 9. 1, 7, and 6. So that leaves 8. We need an 8 somewhere. It has to be 8. 9, 5, 8, middle right, same way. God damn it, you people are too fast for me. Fifth row, that's... Okay, 6, 7, 8, and 4. No, it can't be that. Which 5 and 8? 8. Okay, right? Only missing 2 boxes now. Okay, what's the only one not used here? I guess 3. Right, we're wrong somewhere though. We have 1 spot that we need to fix. Or we've got it. So let's go through all the boxes and look for duplicates then, I guess. Wait. Row 6 row 2 8s. There? Oh yeah, there is. No idea what I'm looking at here. This is Sudoku. Playing Sudoku Hero right now. Okay, so it should be this 8. No. Then what number's missing? Not 2. 7. Not 5. Not 8. 9? No, not 9. Yep, 4. Sec to fix this.
Yes, that's it. Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did. I solved it. Well, I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did. Now I just have to press enter.
What the hell are you waiting for? Push it.
Why isn't your stream listed under Sudoku? I couldn't tell you, man. Okay, I will. Hit the enter key. The shutdown command has been acknowledged. incineration system has been shut down.
Jumpy, what's wrong? It worked. It worked. The incinerator shut down. It worked.
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but a very different sort of tear. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I'd have left disappeared, collapsed to the floor. For a while, I just lay there, laughing, crying, and enjoying. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst. I can't quite believe I did that, but I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I feel my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. Tell Akane.
Akane, sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Oh, of course, that's fine. I wiped the tears from my eyes, nodded vigorously. He didn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the bracelets Hongu had left behind. Well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys. Junpei, are you? Okay.
Yeah, shut it.
Right, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait. Automatic incineration will take place in 90 seconds. What?
What?
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again, and again, and again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell's going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping? Automatic incineration will take place in 60 seconds. Wait, of course. That's what these numbers under the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. 8, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Then, door 9. No, that's it. We're on the door is in a 9. Not even a number. Fucking hell.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a key.
Holy shit, of course. We just have to put the right number into the red end. Automatic incineration will take place in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run!
Oh shit, 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 don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can just trust me on this one, or we're all fucked. Alright, no time to explain, just go.
Quick! Verify your numbers on the red!
Verify.
Oh,
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify.
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
hurry, 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 hurry. Automatic incineration will take place in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled. Oh, thank fucking Christ. No, no, not time to be happy. Time to go.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go!
Come on, guys, move it. Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. Now, don't calm down yet. You're not done. Still gotta find the dead. Shit. Looks like we made it, huh? Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to, even when a boat's still sinking. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. The snake probably can't see the sky, but he sure can feel the fresh air. Just want to take a nap.
Akane, can you hear me?
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel, but nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane, Aoi.
I cried his name, even though my voice was almost gone from screaming and
Aoi. Akane.
buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. His beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay in there in his arms forever. I couldn't. The moment I passed through the door, my bracelet had begun the countdown to my death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. A moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongu had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. Phew. Took a deep breath and looked around again. Huge detective who we'd called Seven, 9 years in the snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open. Alright, let's get out of here. Don't book it, we might run into Hongu again. The boy was right. It's time we got moving. The mention of Hongu seemed to jar Seven and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running, up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Up. And these stairs go on forever. They can get us out of here. No wonder I'm running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. Gillis, that'd be terrible. God, I can't even breathe real air. Again. Huh? Is Seven talking? Hi, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why did it open?
Yeah. All 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 26. That makes our digital root 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
And how about base 16?
0 to F. After 9 it starts at A. Goes from there. B, C, D, etc.
You're right. In other words, A in base 10, in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? If you go way past 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27.
Yeah,
Well, the numerical digits are all the same. So I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. Is 14, F is 15, is 16.
H is 17, I is 18, J is 19.
K is 20, I is 21, M is 22.
N is 23, O is 24, P is 25.
yeah, and what comes after that?
Um,
Um,
Q.
26.
And what does that mean?
That wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q. A fucking lowercase q.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it in a... say that it was... it's 10. It's 27.
Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. Like every single cell of my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Just a short rest. No, I can't stop. I don't have the time. The boat is literally sinking. On legs, there can't be any more of these steps left. Let's run. Run like a bullet down a rifled barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally.
Ah, ah,
Wrong voice.
oh, oh, oh.
Ew.
Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together. You're almost there.
Alright, I'm gonna open it.
Yeah. Yes.
We're finally here.
Please do.
Yes, Clover was going through this whole thing in heeled boots. I don't understand how. Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. Even more important than that, standing between Kane. You're gonna open. You're gonna open now. Felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. Gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. So happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace, only because my brother and I were back together again. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped. Finally, escaped from the gigantic, distant horizon. We could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. Gave a thunderous roar as it finally slid beneath the waves. The last cry echoed across the ocean. It's gone. It's over, Aoi whispered. Yeah. It's finally over. Was it really? No, that was wrong. Not at all. Sure of it. This wasn't the end. Beginning. This was only a prologue. What would happen in 9 years?
Yes, finally air.
Yeah. Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. Huh? Gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait,
No way.
they're in Building Q, aren't they? Gotta be shitting me. Wait, can't be.
This is.
Yep. God damn it. No, they couldn't have fucking sank to begin with. I've gotta say, to be fair, I was actually wondering how the fucking boat had sank beforehand, and they were on it again, so... This is the building that's about a desert.
The mock experiment building.
Oh my god, this whole time we were in Building Q.
Fair enough, that's the desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, sun. Ever glad to see you. I've ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Beside you. Just a little electronic chip, like an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Even looks like a detonator. Never a detonator to begin with. Figures.
Kane.
Jumpy.
Eh. Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind.
Fucking did it.
Are you okay? Come on. Really? Yeah. Okay.
It's just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set. How does it look then? It's half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first. Well, let's see. Missed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing. What does that even mean? I grinned and ow, 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 ow. See? I told you not okay. Reckless. Be 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy. But I couldn't just stand there. You don't think so? Something. The Nevada desert go past. SUV, this thing has some pretty smooth ride. Sure, it was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building, keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in, and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. Still can't believe we let her drive.
Woohoo! This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit!
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, alright? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death. Hey, shut it. I can't help it if I'm big, alright? Lock it up.
Why don't you drive, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. Clover, there's no need to slow down. Car Santa and Six Orange should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. No doubt about it.
We've gotta hurry if we want to catch up to them, don't we?
Sure thing!
Oh shit. God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. And I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. I'm sure I've thrown up a lot of dust. A couple hours after we'd run into the junior high students, and hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten with gasoline. The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them furious. Hey, what the hell are you doing? And he jumped on them, scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. Caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could. Help me, officer, please. You have to come with me. Policeman and I headed back to the hill. What we found was Jumpy sprawled on the ground with her face covered in big swelling lumps. He didn't run away after he threw the kitty to me. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out. Yeah, I guess I coulda. Then why didn't you? I didn't want to. Beat him up. Beat him up real good. Of what they were doing to the kitty? Yeah, that too, but I think they're one of the ones behind those murders of our first semester. Remember? Oh, you mean the bunnies? Yeah, bunnies. Plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the wind. They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And they said they'd do the same thing to you if they did that they did to that rabbit. And forgive them for that. So
Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
of course they probably don't know any more than I do.
Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongu. I need to create the nunnery project. Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself? Yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume.
Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. Well, might as well have a little chat with the old man. His eyes just looked empty, no emotion. Like he's just given up. Who cares what happens to him anymore?
Hey, were you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Get that tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
At least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought... I thought that if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the impressions of others.
That's it.
Yes, if you want to put it simply. If you're looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. See the human collective consciousness.
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on.
Alright, so what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, did you?
Somebody's a little nosy.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. It's for you, Seven. About the whole Alice thing. To deal with that.
Well, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongu on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally skilled up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gordane and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
Sounds like Hongu has something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There's nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragosa, family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Saporil. Creation was a tremendous boon to my firm. Rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. It's going back on, Hongu. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. Now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride. This is for you. This is a for you doll. His name is Junpei. Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved it out of his arm toward me. His hand was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit in his palm. Jumpy, are you sure it's a doll? Uh-huh, yeah. The shop said so. That means it's for you, right? Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll? What? That's, oh man. Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. You do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right? Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then. Giving me this anyway. It seems really sudden. Well, you know how after June, we aren't going to get to see each other too much. We're going to be in different schools, and thought I'd, you know, oh, okay, well, how about we call it then? Okay. I wanted to give this to you. Sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie. Yes, I've heard of tribe. It's the dull traditional charm of tribe. So, I give this to me. Though we always together. Oh, Jumpy. Bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take. Reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy. Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell into June's tiny yarn body. Jumpy, I'll never forget you. Promise. Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words. I'll never forget you either. The sky was a beautiful horizon. Last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in the warm light of evening. Two of us, gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set, and we still didn't leave. Watched in silence as the darkness had happened, damp deep. By one, the lights of the town began. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic, but She's still alive now as June. But how? Because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Right, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. I did that then. How do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Nick makes sense. He's blind. Couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's one other logical explanation. But you told me the truth, Seven. Look satisfied. No, no way. He couldn't.
Hey, look over there! There's somebody next to the road.
Huh? What? Um, burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Oh my god. Standing there on that shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. Not be long before Junpei realized who she was. To be honest, Katie, I didn't think I would be either. I did not think I would be either. Well, fucking hell. FAQ time? Let me look at this quickly. Okay. Yeah, I got the link. I'm reading over it quickly. Yep. All good, Michael. Have a good night. In Lotus was computer programmer. Why is she answer? Okay. Puzzles. Is there anything in specific that you want me to see? Well, analytical. Honestly, yeah, I'm also pretty wiped too after that. But yeah, holy shit though. Fucking 999. This game is. That was definitely an amazing experience, and thanks, I know Mr. Golden Spider for telling me to play this game. Super happy with that whole thing. Right in the mood is fine. Yeah, maybe we can do it another time analytical, because I need to fucking go to sleep. I have to be awake and fucking like on an ice rink in 5 hours, I think. I don't actually know. What happened? Um, yeah, what happened is we all stayed up a lot later than we should have finishing this damn game. You're interested in what happened in this story, KD? There's gonna be a 9 hour or a 7 hour VOD of it. So don't worry about a thing. Um, yeah. Anyways, fucking hell. With that, guys, thank you very much for hanging out. Sorry for keeping you up so late, and I had a great time. As I said, I am gonna be away tomorrow, but back on Thursday with something. I have no idea what, but I can pretty much guarantee it won't be this. But 999, man, it's a great fucking game. Great fucking game. Anyways, until next time, guys. Bye.